Do we have a Nikki Anderson speaking tonight? Nikki Anderson? Is Nikki here? We just have a question. Nikki, you did not indicate for or against. Can you just come up here and let me know on that one? Thank you. Mary Ann Armijo? We have a question as well as you, if you can come up. Cheryl Wenwig? Question on that one. And then Bill Broderson.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I'd like to call this regular council meeting in May 19, 2026 to order. This time we'll have the invocation and pledge of allegiance. The invocation will be offered by Pastor Thor Strandhold of Valor Christian Center. Welcome, Pastor.
How's that?
That's good.
Okay. Well, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Town Council, thank you so much for having me here tonight. What an awesome time we are living in. Excuse me. This past Sunday, our nation celebrated a rededication of our country to the Lord. This was in the White House, on the White House Mall. But did you also know, pardon me, that on May 17th, 1776, our leaders at the time fell on their knees and dedicated our nation to God. Now here we are, 250 years down the road, and we are still one nation under God. Amen? Amen. Hallelujah. In Matthew 6:33, it tells us to seek ye first the kingdom of God, that's God's way of doing things, and his righteousness, and then all these other things that pertain to life and godliness will be added unto us. In Proverbs 11:14, it says that where there is no counsel, the people fall. But in the multitude of counselors, there's safety and there's peace. Let's pray. Lord, that I ask that you bless our town council and give them wisdom to make all the right decisions concerning our great town, our great people, and our great businesses. Lord, above all else, let your kingdom come and let your will be done this night. In Jesus' name we pray, and everyone agreed by saying, Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Our pledge will be led by Councilmember Buckland tonight.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Proceed with the roll call.
Mayor Scott Anderson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Chuck Bongiovanni,
I am here.
Councilmember Bobby Buckley,
Here.
Councilmember Kenny Buckland,
Here.
Councilmember Young Kaprowski, here, Councilmember Monty Lyons,
I'm here.
and Councilmember Jim Torgerson. A quorum is present.
Thank you. We had a couple of proclamations and a recognition tonight. Our first will be presented by Councilmember Kaprowski, declaring May 17th to the 23rd as National Public Works Week.
If I could have all of the Public Works staff in the audience come join me up here. Love to recognize you all. Thank you so much for being here today. If you could kind of state your name and your role in the organization, that'd be great.
Jessica Marlowe. I am the Public Works Director.
I'm Hondo Judd, the Environmental Compliance Manager.
Zula Malari. I'm in Solid Waste and Recycling. I'm a Programs and Sustainability Superintendent.
Isaiah Garcia Romero. I am the Solid Waste and Recycling Manager.
I have 40.
Good evening. My name is Yao Pham. I'm one of the Assistant Public Works Director.
Rene Leyva, Collection Superintendent, Solid Waste and Recycling.
Ken Snow, Public Works Assistant Director.
Susanna Struble, Town Engineer.
Ryan Blair, CIP Manager.
Casey Ambrose, CIP Supervisor.
Well, thank you so much for being here and for all that you do for the community and this town. It's my honor to recognize you all with National Public Works Week 2026, Rooted in Service, Powered by the Community. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and service that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Gilbert, Arizona. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Gilbert, Arizona to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now, therefore, I, Jan Kaprowski, council member, on behalf of Scott Anderson, mayor of the town of Gilbert, Arizona, do hereby designate the week of May 17th through 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week. We urge all citizens to join the representatives of the American Public Works Association and the government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and advancing quality of life for all.
Next up, Councilmember Buckland will be presenting a proclamation declaring May as Mental Health Awareness Month.
Stephanie and Letitia, you want to join? Stephanie, Miss Awatuki. Okay. Letitia's from Gilbert. So before I do the proclamation, I want to thank you for being here. This topic is very near and dear to my heart after almost 24 years in law enforcement. I've seen a lot of PTSD, I've seen suicides, seen first responders broken from all the trauma they've seen. So love what you're doing. We appreciate you coming to Gilbert to accept this proclamation. Would you like to say a few words before I read it?
Hi, everyone. My name is Stephanie DeLeon. I'm Miss Awatuki, so thank you, Gilbert, for having me today. But I have been a mental health advocate for the past decade of my life. My cousin died of suicide when he was 16, and coming from a traditional Filipino family, we weren't told of his cause of death until I was his age 4 years later. So since then, in my 10 years of advocacy, I actually just came back from Washington, D.C. this past week and advocated for suicide prevention-related bills to our senators and representatives here in Arizona, in order to ensure that mental health care is provided specifically in the needs of our service members, stabilization services, and as well as physical barriers specifically. But very grateful to have May recognized as Mental Health Awareness Month, as it's been recognized since 1949, and grateful for Gilbert to be joining in this effort.
Thank you for sharing, Stephanie. So my name is Letitia Gilmore. I'm the Community Initiative Coordinator here with the Town of Gilbert. And this evening, I want to recognize Mental Health Awareness Month, and I also want to highlight the mental health resources available in our Gilbert community. For non-crisis support, Gilbert Youth and Adult Resources provides counseling, resource navigation, and referrals through licensed staff here at the Gilbert Police Department Counseling Center. They can be reached at 480-635-7701. Residents also have access to key crisis hotlines, including 988, the suicide hotline, the Arizona Statewide Crisis Hotline at 1-844-534-HOPE, and the Substance Use and Disorder Hotline at 1-800-662-HELP. The town remains committed to strengthening mental health support through education, engagement, and community partnerships. The QR codes on the slides up on the screens will connect residents to these resources and any additional information. Thank you for helping us build a healthier and supportive community for all.
So let's do this. So whereas Mental Health Awareness Month has been recognized nationally since 1949 to increase understanding of mental health conditions and highlight the importance of mental wellness for all people. And whereas mental health is an essential part of the overall health and mental illness affects millions of Americans each year, including individuals and families here in Gilbert across all ages, backgrounds, and walks of life. And whereas Arizona continues to see mental health needs rise, with thousands of residents experiencing anxiety, depression, or crisis each year, reinforcing the importance of prevention, early intervention, and accessible community resources. And whereas nearly 1 in 5 adults in Arizona experiences a mental health condition each year, illustrating the importance of community support, awareness, and access to care. And whereas suicide remains a significant public health concern, including being a leading cause of death among young people nationwide, underscoring the need to reduce stigma, encourage open conversation, and ensure those who are struggling know they are not alone. And whereas taking care of one's own mental health is a vital step in supporting our families, workplaces, and community, and resources such as 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifelines are available 24/7 for anyone in need. And whereas education, awareness, coping skills, support network, and access to treatment all play important roles in helping individuals and families navigate their mental health journeys. And whereas the town of Gilbert is committed to proactively supporting mental health and wellness through community engagement, education, and connections to local and national resources, and encouraging residents to continue learning, supporting one another, and fostering a community where every person feels valued. Now, therefore, I, Kenny Buckland, on behalf of Mayor Scott Anderson of the town of Gilbert, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as, drum roll, and urge all Gilbert residents and employees to prioritize, Mental Health Awareness Month, and urge all Gilbert residents and employees to prioritize mental health, support those around them, help build a community where no one feels alone and every life is recognized as valuable. In witness whereof, I hereby set my hand and affix the official seal of the office of Mayor, Town of Gilbert, Arizona, on behalf of the mayor, on this 19th day of May 2026.
Next, Councilmember Buckley has a presentation, a recognition, of a piece of art from the Gilbert Visual Art League.
To do the glasses for this. Right now, I'd like to begin by inviting our presenter from the Gilbert Visual Arts League, along with artist Jane Bradley, to join me up front. And anyone that's here from the Art League is welcome to come up. Do you want to put it back a little bit further, or? Yeah. Yeah, just, and maybe kind of in the middle. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. And where is Jane? Yes. Okay. Do you want to step up here just a little bit? Sure. You're the art. Yes. Yes. So. Okay. Hi.
I have a PowerPoint to present.
Oh, you do? Would you, well, let me, if you want, I'll introduce you guys and say a little bit about you. And, okay. And then we can do that. Okay, so the Gilbert Visual Art League has played such an important role in our community, and this year marked their 23rd annual Jurard Fine Arts Show. I had the honor of serving as one of the judges, and the level of artistry and display made the experience both inspiring and incredibly challenging. Jane's piece, The Hitchhiker, which you see here, was selected as the very first recipient of the Gilbert Town Art Award, an honor that reflects not only her remarkable talent, but also the strength and vibrancy of our arts community here in Gilbert. I wanted to extend heartfelt congratulations to Jane Bradley on this achievement and sincere appreciation to the Gilbert Visual Art League, to all of you, for its dedication to promoting the arts and supporting our local creators. With that, I'm pleased to turn the floor over to our presenter from the Gilbert Visual Art League to share more about their work and recognize Jane's work.
I didn't know I was going to speak at this time, but I'm very honored to speak on Jane's behalf because she is one of the most talented artists I've ever met, and I think most of you would agree looking at her work. And I'll be doing a presentation on the Gilbert Visual Art League next.
Yeah, and if you'd like to say your name too, and let them know who you
did I say who I, sorry, I'm Donna Finter, and I'm on the Gilbert Visual Art League board.
Thank you. Who's doing the presentation? Are you guys?
We'll have the full council come and join you for a photo. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Great. Thank you.
Now, they have a PowerPoint.
Yep, sounds like they're going to do that next. So,
okay,
yeah.
okay. And right here? Oh, it's beautiful. This is the beautiful young lady that did it, yeah. Otherwise, they're going to...
You got this.
To get it started, okay. Oh, okay, I see, it's already on. No, this is already on, okay. Mayor Anderson and the town council, I am so privileged to be able to speak tonight on behalf of the Gilbert Visual Art League. My name is Donna Finter. I'm one of the board members for GVAL. And we feel like our main purpose here is to explain who we are, because many people, even artists in the city, do not know we exist. So that's our purpose tonight. The Gilbert Visual Art League is often called GVAL. It began in 2003. It's a nonprofit, 501(c)(3) C3, sorry, 501(c), and it has been recognized that way since 2006. We're the only art league in Gilbert. We'd like to have more members. Right now we have 100, and they are professional artists, and they are hobbyists, and they're also art educators. So we have various ages and various interests involved in our art league. We have an elected board of 14 members, and we are about to have an election. Our mission is actually threefold. The first one is to provide for our members support and art education. We hire professional artists to come and do presentations once a month for our group so that our artists can grow. We also critique unfinished artwork for those who request it so that they can improve. And once a month we have a voting that takes place anonymously, and we choose Artist of the Month. Then we have Artist of the Year. The second part of our mission is to host art shows so that artists can share their artwork with others. Our spring show was at the Severson Center, which is attached to, well, it's a new building addition at HD South. And we were thrilled to be able to use that facility, and we are very grateful to the town of Gilbert for contributing to the building of that wonderful venue for many different reasons. The third part of our mission, and probably the part that's closest to my heart, is community art outreach, and that is my board responsibility. And we have 6 different places in the area, some in Gilbert and some in outlying communities, that receive art education and art activities through our volunteers. We're very much a volunteer group. We tend to probably volunteer about 4,000 hours a year for this area. We have children at HD South that we teach, and we also teach adults there. At House of Refuge in Mesa, we teach children art every Wednesday. We've been doing it for years, and we do it year-round. And House of Refuge approached us and asked us if we would teach the parents. And so now we have a moms group, and they have been doing art with us for 6 months. Verena at Gilbert has Saturday art lessons. Cooley Middle School's art teacher contacted us and said, I'd like for my students to see some professional artists, and I'd like for them to collaborate with my group. And we have done that, and we're going to continue next year because it was a big success. Clarendale at Chandler, a retirement center. We have taught, I think it's over 30 classes to independent living, assisted living, and even memory care. In the Higley School's Fine Art Festival, we've volunteered for years there, and we lead families in art activities. This is why we volunteer. If you look at those faces, you'll understand why we feel it's so important. Thank you again for recognizing Jane's amazing art. Art washes away from the soul the dust of everyday life. We invite you to come and explore our website, gval.org, and communicate with us through that site. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We'll move on to our consent calendar, Vice Mayor, or to the communications.
Thank you, Mayor. We value the participation of our community members and robust exchange of ideas. However, it's essential that this discourse remains respectful and constructive, reflecting the professionalism expected in such forums. Misinformation and personal attacks undermine our collective efforts and do not contribute to the productive dialogue necessary for our town's progress. This is an opportunity for the public to address the town council directly about issues impacting the town. Accordingly, the town will not allow for moments of silence or playing of music or other recorded material which could distract from the meeting decor and violate copyright laws. While we understand and appreciate the passion of our community members bringing to this session, we remind everyone that clapping during the meeting is not acceptable. This practice can disrupt the flow of discussion, potentially intimidate others, and distract from the respectful atmosphere we strive to maintain. In accordance to state law, we are unable to respond to issues that have not been properly noticed. Therefore, the town council may only listen to citizens who wish to address them, and at the conclusion of the open call to public, responses limited to individual members of the council responding to criticism made by those who have addressed the public body, asking the staff to review a matter or asking that a matter be put on a future agenda. However, please be assured that your concerns and input are heard and valued. In accordance with town code, speakers may not use this forum to advocate for or against any candidate for public office. Town resources, including the public meeting, may not be used for campaign or election purposes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Priority will be given to Gilbert residents, business owners, and property owners. Public comment will be limited to 30 minutes at 30 minutes total at the beginning of the meeting. The town clerk will notify the council once 30-minute limit has been reached. If additional comments remain, they will be heard after the conclusion of the public hearing items with the same 3 minute per speaker. When you come up to the podium, please state your name and city of residence. Council, we only have one tonight. Barbara Colvin.
At the May 5th Town Hall, I asked you some specific.
Barbara, can you claim your name, please, in your...
Oh, I'm sorry.
No
My
problem.
name is Barbara, and I live in Gilbert. And at the May 5th Town Hall, I asked you some specific questions. I was testing you to see if you would take the initiative from residents asking specific questions that you might actually reply to them in an email. Since we do provide you with our email, you failed again. So my take on that is that you don't care about anything we say. You didn't when you had the water listening sessions, and you didn't when you had the water open houses, and you obviously don't regarding questions posed here. So once again, why do you even put this dog and pony show on? Does it meet some little article in your bylaws that you allowed us to speak for 3 minutes? So I will take the initiative to contact you again by email and wait for Taylor Porter's response. Revisiting the water debacle, I, for one, do not believe you when you said you exhausted all avenues before victimizing the homeowners of Gilbert by increasing our utility bills so outrageously. What happened to the money that has been being collected from the whole resident field for the past 10 years? Why was $12.5 million dismissed by Kelly Forrest for what unknown reason? There are so many financial questions that have yet to be answered. The fact that Arizona has always been in a drought situation, water should have always been on the planning table. And many council members and town managers that cannot efficiently project repairs and replacement of pipes, facilities, and vehicles shouldn't hold those positions. You cannot sit up there and continuously blame the previous council members. This sounds a lot like the federal government blaming the previous incumbent there. Scott Anderson's been involved with the council since 2016. Bobby Bushley since 2023. Chuck Bongiovanni, 2022. Kenny Buckland, 2025. Monty Lyons, 2022. Young Kimprosky, 2020. Jim, I didn't get you, I'm sorry. So many of you were aware, and there was the town manager and the assistant town managers and the assistants to the assistant town managers. All these people aware and don't do anything until they say, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. We have to raise the flat fees. We have to double the sewer fees. We have to raise the environmental fees. And we have to raise the water fees so that a lot of our residents can't afford their own town of Gilbert utility bill. And now their water has been shut off because of the whole lot of you, town staff included. You did not do your jobs. It was because they didn't want, it wasn't because they didn't want to pay their bill, but most people cannot afford to have only one of their bills double or triple or more due to the incompetence, ignorance, or just plain lack of doing what needed to be phased in instead of shoving it down the throats of almost every resident. Because we are not buying the company line that all these apartments are paying what homeowners pays. You have thrown the original good people of this town under the bus, the people who lived here when it actually was a town. See you in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Barbara. All right, so now I'm going to pass the meeting along to our interim town manager, Don Prince, for the consent calendar.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm going to go through a summary of the consent agenda items tonight. So this slide talks about our pillars, which we have 3 of them: strong economy, prosperous community, and exceptional built environment. And they each and all provide a continued focus on preparing for Gilbert's future and ensuring our resilience. Agenda item number 4 is a contract with Advanced Chemical Transport Household Hazardous Waste Disposal. This is under our exceptional built environment pillar, and this is a motion to approve the contract with Advanced Chemical Transport Incorporated in the amount of $160,000 per year, not to exceed $480,000 over 3 years for the proper disposal of household hazardous waste. This contract is rate supported through the Household Hazardous Waste Fund. Agenda item number 5 is a contract with DBC Cleaning Company, Bus Shelter Cleaning and Trash Services. This is under our exceptional built environment pillar. This is a motion to approve a contract for bus shelter cleaning and trash services with DBC Cleaning Company, LLC, in the amount of $36,780.36 annually for a total not to exceed $183,902 over the term of the contract, which is 5 years. This contract is funded by the Highway and Streets budget through HERF. Agenda item number 6 are agreements with Edge Building Services, Biojanitorial, and Master Corp. For townwide custodial services. This is under our exceptional built environment pillar, and this is a motion to approve agreements with Edge Building Services, Biojanitorial Services, and Master Corp. Commercial Services for townwide custodial services in a combined annual amount not to exceed $1,273,084 with 4 one-year renewals through June 30th, 2031. This contract is funded with the Facilities Division operating budget as part of the general fund. Agenda item number 7 is a contract with Waterfluence LLC, which is a landscape monitoring services. This is under our Prosperous Community pillar. This is a motion to approve contract number 326000350 with Waterfluence LLC for landscape monitoring services in an amount not to exceed $27,380 per year with a total contract amount not to exceed $136,900 over the full 5-year term. This agreement supports the town's water conservation efforts by providing cloud-based landscape monitoring and irrigation efficiency analysis for large commercial HOA and municipal customers. This contract is funded by the rate-supported water fund. Agenda item number 8 is a cooperative contract with Creative Planning LLC, which is a deferred compensation fiduciary service. This is under our Prosperous Community pillar. This is a motion to approve a cooperative contract with Creative Planning LLC in an amount not to exceed $34,000 for the first year with 2 one-year renewals for a total contract term of up to 3 years for fiduciary and consulting services related to the town's sponsored deferred compensation plans. Fees are paid by plan participants through payroll deduction. Agenda item number 9 is a task order with CS Construction, and that is for Wrecker Road and Galveston Street traffic signal, which is under CIP project TS 1440. This is under our exceptional built environment pillar. This is a motion to approve task order 64 for job order contract with CS Construction for CIP project TS 1440, which is Wrecker Road and Galveston Street traffic signal project, in an amount not to exceed $1,151,902. This project will enhance safety and improve congestion at this intersection and is funded by the Roadway and Maintenance Fund and Signal SDFs. Agenda item number 10 is a job order with Felix Construction Reservoir 3 control system repair and replacement. This is under CIP project WW1286. This is under our exceptional built environment pillar. This is a motion to approve job order number 8 with Felix Construction for CIP project number WW1286, which is Reservoir 3 control systems R&R, in an amount not to exceed $447,361. This project includes the design and construction for the replacement of the existing remote telemetry unit, associated control systems, and electrical breakers at the existing Reservoir 3 reclaimed water facility. This facility operates 24/7 and is responsible for reuse water delivery to customers throughout the distribution network and to recovery facilities. This project is funded by the rate-supported wastewater replacement fund. Agenda item number 11 is a job order with Nesbitt Contracting for trail system repairs, CIP project PR 1329. This is under our exceptional built environment pillar. This is a motion to approve job order number 1 for contract number 324000244 with Nesbitt Contracting Company Incorporated in the not-to-exceed amount of $254,883 for CIP project PR 1329. That is for trail system repairs, which provide for the repair and replacement of concrete multi-use pathways throughout the town trail system. This project is funded by the General Fund and the General Replacement Fund. Agenda item number 12 is a task order with CS Construction at Elliott and William Dillett Traffic Signal. This is CIP project TS 1961. This is under our exceptional built environment pillar. This is a motion to approve task order number 70 with CS Construction Incorporated for CIP project TS 1961, which is Elliott and William Dillard Traffic Signal, in an amount not to exceed $201,095. This project includes the construction of a signal, adding right turn lanes to Elliott Road, and updating sidewalk ramps to current standards. Funding for this project is supported by the Roadway and Maintenance Fund via vehicle license tax funding. Agenda item number 13 is a CIP contingency and CMAR phase approvals for Hunter Contracting for Freestone Park and Urban Lakes renovations. This is under our exceptional built environment pillar. This is a motion to approve general replacement fund contingency for CIP project PR 0570 in the amount of $1.35 million to pull forward funding from FY27 to FY26 and phase approvals for CMAR master agreement for the CMAR master agreement contract with Hunter Contracting. GMP number 2, not to exceed $688,645 for PR 1160 irrigation replacements at Freestone Park and Crossroads Park, and GMP number 3, not to exceed $2,134,727 and for PR 0570, which is Urban Lakes at Freestone Lakes. These projects presented share significant schedule, location, and scope synergies, presenting an opportunity to maximize construction efficiency. Advancing this funding authorization will enable the contractor to mobilize for construction and complete project phases in alignment with the Parks Department's planned sequencing, reducing overall park closure impacts and supporting the most efficient delivery of the projects. These projects are funded by the General Placement Fund. Agenda item number 14 is a contract change order with Metro Fire and Security and Facility Fire Maintenance, Equipment Maintenance. Sorry, my screen went black there for a second. And it is under our exceptional built environment pillar, and is a motion to approve contract change order to contract number 324000207 with the Metro Fire Equipment, which is DBA Metro Fire and Security, increasing the annual contract amount by $250,000 for a total amount of $340,000 to cover all town facility fire equipment maintenance repair needs for the remainder of the contract through December 31st, 2026. This item is funded through existing building maintenance budgets for each facility that requires fire protection, replacement, and repair services. Agenda item number 15 is a change order with TriStar Engineering for fire flow improvements, Phase 1, which is CIP project WA1640. This is under our exceptional built environment pillar. This is a motion to approve change order number 1 with TriStar Engineering and Management for project management / construction management services in an amount not to exceed $46,725 for CIP project WA1640, which is fire flow improvements Phase 1. This change order extends the contract for this project by 45 days and accommodates unforeseen field conditions, including additional shoring for a bore pit due to a utility conflict, and addressing a water line break and weather delays. This item is funded by the Rate Supported Water Fund and a Water Infrastructure Finance Authority, or WIFA, grant. Agenda item number 16 and 17 are change orders with Brightview Landscape Services and Artistic Land Management for landscape maintenance. These are under our exceptional built environment pillar. These are first, a motion to approve change order number 2 in the amount of $16,909 with Brightview Landscape Services Incorporated for landscape maintenance services in the right-of-way, Zone A, increasing the total contract not to exceed $580,535.81 for FY27. Changes to the contract are necessary to support inflationary increases. And it is also a motion to approve change order number 2 in the amount of $13,628 with Artistic Land Management Incorporated for landscape maintenance services in the right-of-way, Zone D, increasing the total contract not to exceed $467,893 for FY27. These agreements provide for landscape maintenance services for both irrigated and non-irrigated landscaping within the right-of-way. These items are funded from the street landscape maintenance budget via HERF funding. Agenda item number 18 is a CIP contingency for claim settlements, Q1 2026. This is under our strong economy pillar. This is a motion to approve a contingency in the amount of $304,600 for the claim settlements incurred within the period January 1st, 2026 to March 31st, 2026. During the fiscal year, the Risk Department received and processes claims against Gilbert. Given the uncertainty of these claims, funds are not budgeted in advance for these settlements, and they are supported via contingency across the various funds. This quarter's settlements reflect the following: General Fund, $176,330, Streets Fund, $53,760, CIP, $1,330, Water Fund, $1,090, Wastewater Fund, $8,630, Solid Waste Residential, $53,190, Solid Waste Commercial, $9,010, and Environmental Compliance, $1,260. Agenda item number 19 is a water fund contingency for temporary customer service representatives. This is under our under our exceptional built environment pillar, and this is a motion to approve a water fund contingency in the amount of $12,240 for FY26 and $27,760 for FY27 to extend the temporary services contract for 2 customer service representatives for the call center from June 1st, 2026 to September 4th, 2026. Due to increased demand on the customer service team, 3 LTA part-time employees were hired to provide additional support in both call center and front counter customer service positions for over 93,000 utility accounts. These positions are anticipated to continue to be needed through September 4th, 2026. This item is rate supported via the water fund contingency. Agenda item number 20 is a grant for AZ Prop 302 tourism promotion. This is under our strong economy pillar. This is a motion to approve applying for and accepting AZ Prop 302 grant funds for tourism promotion by the Gilbert Office of Economic Development and approve grant fund contingency in the amount of $270,000 for FY 2027. This agreement enables the town to strategically promote tourism initiatives in Gilbert and invest in targeted campaigns that enhance the community's economic growth. Gilbert has participated in this program since FY 2017, and during that time has reached over 80 million people through campaigns throughout Arizona, the U.S., and Canada. Agenda item number 21 is a grant application for Safe Streets and Roads for All, SS4A, for a townwide transportation safety action plan. This is under our exceptional built environment pillar. This is a motion to approve a resolution for the application of the FY26 Safe Streets and Roads for All, or SS4A grant, for a townwide transportation safety action plan. This grant supports initiatives designed to prevent serious injuries and fatalities for all roadway users and will enable the town to develop a data-driven strategic roadmap to reduce such incidents across our local network. Key objectives of Gilbert's TSAP include statistical identification of the town's most severe roadway incidents, obtaining eligibility for additional funding grants of up to $25 million, and strategic alignment with national safety policies and standards. This grant requires a 20% local match, which would be about $220,000, which staff will return to council for approval of acceptance and contingency funding if the grant is awarded. Agenda item number 22A is the appointment of Mario Paniagua as town manager. This is under our prosperous community pillar, and this is a motion to approve appointing Mario Paniagua as town manager effective June 1st, 2026, and approving the corresponding employment agreement following a national recruitment focused on Gilbert's needs, challenges, opportunities, and values. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dawn. I have one question and one request to pull for discussion. Any other questions on any of the other items from any other council members? No? Okay. Councilmember Torgerson, number 6, I believe you had a question.
Well, be number 6 and number 14, but number 6, granted, this is a little late in the game for me to bring this up, but I believe it would be time with this large a contract for us to consider going in-house with this, because that's a lot of money to be going out, and to examine whether or not it's worth bringing in-house, or if it's still a neutral or a positive to send it out.
Okay.
Would that be something we could talk about in the future?
That's definitely something we could look at.
Okay, fantastic. And on number 14, I really just want to understand the change order is several times the initial order. So I'm really wanting to know the scope of work, unless I just flipped my math numbers around, which is entirely possible because I've been up since Lord knows when.
I'm sorry, which number is that again?
14.
14.
Originally, it was a $90,000 contract, and we're adding $250,000 to it. Is that what I'm to understand?
Eric Braun is coming down to provide some information on this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, the original contract was a cooperative contract from another city. for 90,000 roughly. We've increased it on this, is covering more of our town facilities. It is fire protection system annual inspections and repairs, as well as emergency response for those facilities. The cost has increased as well as our scope.
And this is nothing that our in-house fire that does inspections should be doing?
No, they should not.
Thank you.
You had a question on 21 also?
Right, I know this has been said to me, but I have such grave trepidations about anything that says SS4A on it. I met with staff a few days ago, and SS4A, as it started, it was Pete Buttigieg under the Biden administration started the program, and inserted into the original language was that if we didn't achieve certain goals, that basically we turn over the control of our streets to the federal government if we did not eliminate within 5 years all traffic fatalities. Now, I know that that's supposed to have been removed, but with such a horrific initial statement, it's like putting a thief in charge. I don't care if he's been out of jail and supposedly rehabilitated, I'm putting him in charge of the cash drawer. My trust level is so little with anything with SS4A on it. Can anybody give me a lifeline to support it? Because right now, I see those four SS and 4A, and I can't support it just because of that.
Thank you for the comments, Councilmember Torgerson. I have Susanna and Jason Hafner to come up and maybe speak to that. They have reviewed the documents and can speak to what those documents include and also what this grant would require as a part of it.
Mayor, council member, there is a requirement as part of the SS4A for the town to commit to a zero fatality goal, but from a staff level, we believe there is no other acceptable goal.
I still want it pulled for a separate vote.
We don't hit that goal.
I think for the most part, council member, that is an aspirational goal. We would love to achieve it. We'll try everything we can to achieve it. If we don't achieve it, there is no requirement to pay the federal government back the money that they give us for the study.
Okay, Councilmember Buckley?
Number 9.
Well, let's stay on this one first. Let's see if anyone,
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Lyons, you have a question on this?
Yeah, just some clarification there. Councilmember Torgerson said that if we failed to meet that objective, then we'd have to turn over the control of our streets to the federal government. Is that correct?
Mayor, council member, that is not correct.
But it was under the initial terms of SS4A. It was in the actual wording from them. It was a five-year window to achieve the goal. I know that's not in the wording of this, but my point is that we're trusting that somehow it's not stuck in there. Just because I can't find it doesn't mean it's not there. It is such an overreaching stretch in the beginning. I personally can't digest it, and I have to vote no. I just have to vote no. I can't digest that they've changed that much just since last year. And that was last year we examined it.
So you're saying that the goal of zero is just something to look nice? I mean, I was confused on this when we had the briefing to begin with. You know, nothing happens if we don't hit zero?
So the goal that we're required to actually do is one that you as a council would set. It is not necessarily just zero, but it can be a reduction moving towards zero over a certain amount of time. Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Giovanni.
I'm waiting for our traffic expert over here to.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jan.
I will clarify that the document does have to state that there's an eventual goal of zero fatalities and serious injuries. That is the aspirational goal that they all have to state. It has to have a target, which would be a % reduction by a certain year, and the agency can set that. If the statistics don't, if the metrics don't hit that % reduction by a certain year, there is no negative repercussions for that, but it is a method of having a roadmap for getting to that point and strategies to implement.
Thank you. Councilmember Torgerson, do you want to pull that for a separate vote? Okay. Councilmember Buckley, you had a question on a different one?
Just on number 9, and I'm not sure who would probably answer that. I just wanted to clarify, because I think this is probably going to be like the other one where it's a street project or a corner project or whatever, but is that price $1,151,902? It says for Record and Galveston Signal. I'm assuming that's for maybe the corner there. It's a bigger project than just the signal.
Yeah, Mayor, Council, yes, it's not just it's the traffic signal plus additional, I believe there's turn lanes, handicap ramps, new traffic signal. So there's concrete work, there's asphalt work, there is the actual traffic signal work, there's fiber conduits. It's all encompassing the scope for that entire intersection.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I couldn't imagine we were paying that kind of money for one signal, although I do know they're extremely expensive, so.
Yep. Yeah, it's
okay.
not just signal work, it's actually the entire intersection improvement.
Okay, that makes me feel a lot better. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from anyone? Okay, so with that, I put a motion to approve number 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22A and B. Can I get a second?
Vice Mayor Bongiovanni pulled.
I pulled 21 out.
You said 21.
I did? I'm sorry. I know, 6.
And you skipped 20.
6, we are holding, Don is going to get some more information on us with that one. Okay, so let me get my brain back. So everything but number 6 and 21, correct? Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Don, did you?
Vice Mayor, that one is going to take some research. What was asked of the staff was that we look at potentially looking at internals for that. So if we're pulling it for looking at it later, then I will work with the staff on that. I'm not sure when our existing contract expires as well, so I'll follow up with the contract follow up with the council on what that looks like.
Chris?
So I'm pretty sure, Eric, if you want to jump in, I think the existing custodial contract expires on June 30th. So if we don't have someone in place by July 1, I believe that's correct, but Eric can.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, yes. Our existing contract does expire at the end of next month. We brought this with a few extra weeks ahead of time so that we could onboard our new contractor because it is not a continuation of existing contract. We do have renewals on our contract, the new one. And so if over the course of the next couple of months, we do determine through that process that it would be cheaper for us to in-source that, we could include that potentially in the next budget cycle next year and cancel this contract.
Do we have any renewals on this contract? I mean, month to month?
On the current one, no.
1 year. Councilman Torgerson, do you want to? We'll include it. Okay. Thank you, sir. So it looks like we're going 4 to 20. Separate vote for 21 and all of 22, A and B. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Buckland. Please vote. Vote passes 7-0. Okay, Jim, you want to make a motion for 20, what is it, 21?
I'll make a motion to approve item 21.
I will second that motion. Please vote. Vote passes 4-3. Okay. Mayor, you have the public hearing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public hearing, we have several items on the agenda. I'd like to ask for the council to consider item 23, 25, 26, 27, and 28 as a motion at this time. If you're comfortable with those?
Yes.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing and close the public hearing on items 23, 25, 26, 27, and 28. I'll ask for a motion in a second.
I move that we approve item 23, 25, 26, 27, and 28.
I'll second that.
Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll go back to item 24. Item 24 is a zoning case Z2513 Higley and Ocotillo Retail Center. We'll conduct a hearing and consider approval of the findings and adoption of ordinance 2985. I'll open the public hearing at this time and ask the staff to come up for a presentation.
Good evening, Council. Sal DeSanto, Planner 2, here with the Town of Gilbert. The case we'll be taking a look at tonight is rezoning case Z25-13, the southeast corner of Higley and Ocotillo Retail Center. The subject site, outlined in blue, is roughly 16.14 gross acres and roughly 13.17 net acres, and is located at the southeast corner of Higley Road and Ocotillo Road. The 16 acres is part of the overall 243-acre Marbella Vineyards Planned Area Development Overlay. And also the site is directly adjacent to Higley Road just to the west. Just beyond Higley Road, we do have a place of worship in the Shamrock Estates residential development. To the north of Ocotillo Road, we do have a Town of Gilbert recharge facility. To the east, just beyond Wilson Way, we do have one of the Gilbert fire stations, as well as the Marbella Vineyards single-family residences, and those can also be seen to the south as well of the parcel. Before diving into some of the zoning information, I figured it would be helpful just to showcase the corner and its relationship to the general plan. With every piece of property in the town, there is an associated general plan designation and a rezoning category, a zoning category. Per our current general plan from 2020, this corner is designated as a general commercial corner, which is intended for medium to large scale commercial uses, which can be designed in a master site plan format or standalone. And there at the bottom of that section from our general plan, you can see that the typical corresponding zoning districts with this land use category is community commercial, shopping center, and general commercial. Taking a look here at the zoning map, it just helps paint a better picture as to what zoning is currently on site and what the adjacent zoning categories are. So currently, the shopping center zoning category is what is on the site, but prior to the 2005 update of the LDC and zoning categories of the town, the parcel did carry a C2 zoning designation. That C2 zoning designation was established in the original PAD for Marbella Vineyards, but there was no associated development plan. At that time, the C2 zoning district did not have a 75,000 square foot footprint cap, which is seen on the shopping center zoning district today. Thus, the applicant is requesting the rezoning from shopping center to general commercial to accommodate a single user that would be more than 75,000 square feet, which would be that target anchor, which would be roughly 128,000 square feet.
Mayor, Council, if I can step in just for 1 second too and give a little bit more history about the zoning of this site in question. The C2, as Sal had mentioned, was done in early 2000. About the same time, there was a voter-approved general plan that was approved. It was every 10 years, the town of Gilbert does a general plan update. So early 2000s, that general plan that was adopted by the council and subsequently by the voters showed this site as shopping center. So with the new general plan came a rewrite directed by council of the entire land development code at the time. At the time, it was the Unified Land Development Code. The town was switching to the Land Development Code. So in order to rewrite that code, the entire town was rezoned to be in conformance with the voter-approved general plan. Over 67,000 letters were sent to property owners. There were multiple public hearings in front of Planning Commission and Council. There were press conferences. There was a hotline. There was a website. There was, it's about as transparent as you could possibly get on any type of change. So this process had been going on through the town for several years before it hit the 2005 change. And that's when Planning Commission recommended approval. Then council recommended approve, or then council approved the change, adopting the new zoning categories and the new land development code. So a little bit of history on that. And then in 2006, the state passed the Proposition 207, which was the basically the property rights and the taking statutes that came in. So that happened after the 2005 election by mayor and council to rezone the entire property and then do the land development code. So just a little context as to how this started, how we've kind of walked through it and to where we're at. Again, all of the changes to this site and every other site were publicly noticed, followed the process, followed the statutes. It was a very open and transparent process. So just wanted to mention that as we go through this because I know there's been some questions as to the history of the C2 to the SC and kind of that change. So I'll give it back to Sal now.
Alrighty. And then taking a look at the zoning exhibit, we can see here that the site is carrying that proposed general commercial zoning category, and in the town of Gilbert, the zoning categories do go to the center of the streets. And that's why you may see some differences in the acreage when compared to either design or the zoning of the property itself. So another part of this rezoning is not only to adjust the zoning category on site, but it's also to establish new conditions of approval or development related to the commercial site within the Marbella Vineyards PAD. And the other portion of it is also to establish a development plan for the commercial corner within the Marbella Vineyards PAD, as there has not been a development plan established through a PAD or rezoning process. And just a bit more information with that is once a development plan is established through a rezoning or a PAD, that development plan is essentially locked in. And if a design review came in, it would need to be in substantial conformance with that development plan tied to the rezoning. So if a plan is not consistent with that design, it would need to come back to council for a decision for that updated site plan or development plan. Another thing I just wanted to clarify and show on the screen here is just some of the key differences between the shopping center zoning designation and the general commercial zoning designation. The sections highlighted in yellow are going to be those key differences between the categories. The first being what is the main kicker behind this rezoning is the max on a footprint to a single user or building. You can see there that shopping center does have that 75,000 foot max, where general commercial does not have a max. Another difference you can see is that the shopping center Building height is 35 feet and held to 2 stories, where the general commercial does have an increased height to 45 feet. Another difference between the two is just the minimum building setback when adjacent to non-residential uses. In the shopping center category, we have 15-foot setback for sides and rears adjacent to non-residential, and those jump up to 20 feet for the general commercial designation. The setbacks adjacent to residential do remain the same at 75 feet. And then the other key differences here are just related to landscape setbacks. In the shopping center category, you can see the 30-foot setback is applied to properties that have sides abutting residential, 15 sides not abutting residential, 35-foot landscape setback in the rear to residential, and then 15-foot rear to non-residential. Again, in the general commercial category, those jump up 5 feet. So you'll see side residential 40, side non-residential 20, rear residential 40, and rear 20. Here on the development plan, we can see the orientation and design of the proposed site plan. The major tenant, which is anticipated to be the target, is that one-story building located closer towards that eastern property line, but still fairly centralized on site. And then we have those 2 outer parcels up in the northeast corner and in the northwest corner. Pad 1 in the northeast corner is projected to be a sit-down restaurant and some retail uses, while the Pad 2 in the northwest corner is anticipated to be a financial institution. A couple other things to showcase on the updated development plan are just a couple of the requested deviations through the PAD process. The first piece that is being requested by the applicant is a reduction in that southern landscape setback, which would be the landscape setback side adjacent to residential, and that would be that southern property line. As I mentioned, the general commercial zoning category has a 40-foot setback, and the applicant is requesting to reduce that to 25 feet. And I just wanted to make note that while the landscape setback is requested to be reduced, it really only impacts those parking spaces located in the southeast corner, where the property line is roughly 25 feet to those parking stalls. But the more we move west, that landscape buffer does get quite large, and at its furthest point west, we do have a roughly 127-foot landscape setback. So just as we move east, it does shorten quite a bit, but really just impacting those spaces in the southeast corner. The other requested deviation with the PAD is a stretch of 12 continuous parking spaces without a landscape island. And those spaces would just be located just north of the building under the drive-up parking canopy. All other parking areas on site will follow the ratio of the town code of 8 parking stalls before any landscape island. And this, we're okay with the 12 continuous just because it helps safer operations on site for the unloading and delivery of goods. Parking on site has also been centrally located to the major tenant, and we also have parking stalls up along the northwest and south property lines as well. As for access to the site, there is 2 proposed off of Higley. One is a full access, the other being a right in, right out. Ocotillo Road does also provide an access point, and then there is one additional access point off of Wilson Way on that eastern property line. As for the phasing plan, the applicant has proposed a 4-phase approach. That first phase being all of the horizontal infrastructure, on-site and off-site improvements, parking areas, landscaping, internal drive aisles, and then moving on to phase 2 is when we start to see the vertical development, which would be the major tenant. Phase 3 being Pad 1 in that northeast corner, and then that final phase being the financial institution in the northwest corner. As for public participation, we did hold a neighborhood meeting back in May 15th of 2025, and there were approximately 150 to over 200 residents that did attend that, that neighborhood meeting. To this point, too, staff has also received 60-plus emails from the public in opposition and roughly 17 emails in support of the proposed project. And the last bit is that a legal protest was filed with the clerk's office on March 14th, 2026. Building off of the legal protest information, there is a few criteria that needs to be met before a legal protest can be granted. So here in ARS 9-462.04H, we have our language related to the legal protest. And it states that if owners of 20% or more of the property by area and number of lots, tracts, and condominium units within the zoning area of the affected property, excluding government-owned property, filed protest in writing against a proposed amendment, the change shall not become effective except by a favorable vote of 3/4. We did receive this information, and we had it reviewed by town staff, from planning to legal to our GIS departments, to ensure that this information here is accurate. Based on the provided properties and the 150-foot zoning area, they were able to meet the number of lots for the 20%, but unfortunately, it looks like we fell short of the area calculation. So it doesn't look like that 20% of the surrounding area meets that requirement, just the 3.5%. So it would not fall into the parameters of a legal protest. Looking at the findings of fact for all rezoning applications, we look at these 4 items. That the proposed zoning amendment conforms to the general plan as amended. All required public notice has been conducted in accordance with applicable state and local laws. All required public meetings and hearings have been held in accordance with applicable state and local laws. And the proposed rezoning does support the town's strategic initiative for community livability. And based off the findings and from our hearing with the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval to the Town Council to approve case Z25-13, southeast corner of Higley and Ocotillo, subject to conditions. And the conditions are here on the screen for your review. And there has not been any additional conditions added to the report since the previous council hearing. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have. And I know the applicant does have a presentation that may be geared more to some of those questions from the previous council hearing. But I am happy to answer any questions you all may have. Thank you.
Questions for staff?
I do.
Councilmember Buckley.
Okay, can you go back to, I think at the top it said maybe development plan? And when you were speaking, is that the only one that said development plan on it? I think it may be.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, well, you were covering the maximum square footage, like the one was 75, and then and I think on general commercial. I just want to clarify that, and it looks like you did say that, there's no maximum height on general commercial. Am I right in that?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Buckley. With your question in regards to height, there is a max on height for the general commercial zoning district. It would be 45 feet, where a shopping center is held to 35 feet. But the footprint of the 75,000 square feet is only in the SC zoning category, but is not within the general commercial category.
Okay, so the square footage can be, they could use the whole 200 square feet if they, or whatever that square footage, 75,000, so it would be, well, there's no maximum on there, so they could build that as large as they want, right? I mean, as long as it fits in the plot.
Councilmember Buckley, Mayor Anderson, that is correct.
Okay.
In the general commercial zoning category, they are not limited to a square footage or a footprint.
Okay, so they can go higher, bigger than 128,000 square feet if they want.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. There was one other question that I had on here. Okay, so and we didn't really talk about the traffic in and out. I mean, we know where it's going to come in and out, but where will the trucks that are coming in, you know, with the semis that are coming in to load and unload, where are they going to come in at and where are they going to exit? So what's the egress and ingress of those trucks? And where are they putting the bays for them to empty out in?
Councilmember Buckley, Mayor Anderson. As for access to the site, egress, ingress, the applicant may have some more information related to their operations on site, but it sounds like trucks could either enter off Higley, Ocotillo, or Wilson. More likely, it may happen off of Wilson just due to its adjacency to those loading bays. And to your second question, Councilmember Buckley, those loading bays for deliveries would be in the northeast corner of the building there. I don't know.
Okay.
Right in that pocket right there.
And Wilson Way, that's the ingress egress to the subdivision that's next to that, correct?
Councilmember Buckley, Mayor Anderson, that is correct. To access Marbella Vineyards, you can utilize Wilson Way.
Okay, so there's a possibility that we have kids walking home from school and a semi could possibly, no clapping, please. But, so there is that possibility that a truck driver from New York is delivering goods and it would have no idea that could go down a residential street. And I find a huge problem with that. But, I mean, just saying, and that's why I wanted to go back to this and just really, you know, dig a little deeper into that and see what that plan is. Okay. Well, you answered my questions, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I personally, well, and, you know, and professionally, I don't know if there's some way to block that off, but you can't block off I think that's going to be a real problem. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Torgerson.
This might be more of a Kyle question.
Okay.
All right, so Kyle, it was C2 and then recommended under a far-gone town manager with the new land development code to make it an SC. Now, I understand you say that it was a very, very transparent process, but do we really know? Because at the time, I understand there was 21 properties that were rezoned to SC that may not have known they were rezoned. Do we know they were rezoned?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Torgerson, let me take one step back to your first statement. In 2000, the council directed staff to begin the process to rewrite the land development code and move forward with the general plan, which changed it to SC. From all of the research that we've done, combing through former staff files and ordinances and staff reports, I haven't seen anything that has told me that there were any property owners that were not aware that they were being rezoned. Again, the information that we found, there was over 67,000 letters that were mailed to every single property owner in the town. There was public hearings, there were notifications. If somebody didn't know, I don't know how they wouldn't have known, but to your point, it could possibly have happened that way.
Right. I mean, there's 67,000 water bills and people didn't know it was coming.
Understood.
We're all in boiling hot water over it, so not everybody sees everything. So that's my first question. Then 2005, it becomes SC. If it was without their knowledge, that would be a taking because they could have been something else more akin to the original C2 if they were unaware.
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Torgerson, I don't believe it would be considered a taking at that time because that was prior to Prop 207.
Okay, then 10 years later, there was a text amendment to SC, correct?
I believe there were some text amendments,
What was
correct.
the original square footage on SC?
I believe it's always been 75,000 square feet.
I think it was brought down to 75,000, wasn't it?
I'm phoning a
I
friend.
could be wrong. I'm asking.
Mayor and Councilmember Torgerson, there were no changes to the SC zoning district in the 2021 refresh. That was largely a reorganization of the code.
Okay. And then, so without substantial changes from that, if they knew in 2005, let's call it, that they were rezoned there, they accepted their rezoning?
Mayor, council member, that would have been correct, yeah. Because there wouldn't have been the time to come forward and basically appeal. It would have been through the public hearings at the planning commission and council level.
Okay.
And there were some that did that.
There were some.
There were some.
All right, and this property owner who is fairly savvy, I would think, didn't come forward at all, correct, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
And they still don't want to build an AJ's, even though they own AJ's, correct?
That is
Okay.
correct.
Councilmember Kaprowski?
I have a question about the permitted land uses under each zoning category. Could you describe if there are major differences?
Councilmember Kopowski, Mayor Anderson. When comparing the two zoning categories and their associated uses, shopping center and general commercial are very similar. While general commercial does allow for a bit more intensive uses on site, many of the uses are the same. Vehicle services are permitted in both categories, daycares are permitted in both categories, various forms of medical uses, medical office, urgent care, indoor or outdoor recreation is available in both zoning categories. You really just start to see the difference when it comes to intensive uses. So for the vehicle services light is permitted in both categories, but vehicle services heavy is only permitted in general commercial. Same thing with fueling facilities. The typical fueling facility is allowed in both, but if there is a fleet fueling facility, that would only be permitted in the general commercial category, not the shopping center.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you go back to the map again, the one you just were on? Okay. Truck is coming off Ocotillo, turning down Wilson Way, making a right-hand turn into this property. How are they backing up into that bay?
Vice Mayor Bongiovanni, Mayor Anderson, that may be a better question for the applicant and just in their operations.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff?
Mayor.
Thank you, Saul.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute.
When you were talking about the differences in land uses, like mixed-use loft apartments, can that go on either of those?
Councilmember Buckland, Mayor Anderson, I believe loft units are permitted in both SC and GC.
Thank you, Saul.
Thank you.
We'll ask the applicant to come up at this time.
Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Bongiovanni, members of the council, good evening. My name is Reese Anderson. I'm with the law firm of Pugh & Lake. It's always a pleasure to be with you, and it's a pleasure to be representing Simon CRE this evening on this project. We believe it's one that's worthy of your support. I'm going to go through a presentation. It's got a lot of detailed information in it. I'll plan to go as quickly as possible, but I want to be thorough so that we talk about the facts. Unfortunately, on this case, there's been a lot of misinformation that's been put out by some. I want to believe that it was unintentional, but still that misinformation is out there. So I want to be able to be clear on what's actually happening. I won't spend a lot of time on this slide. Everyone, I think, is well aware now of its location close to the regional park and the water recharge facility. Let's be clear tonight with the sole reason for this zoning change is simply to allow for a single user over 75,000 square feet. This is not about traffic. It's not about the actual size of the building. It's not about the setbacks. It's not about parking. It's not even about the design of the building. Ask yourself this question this evening as you hear both myself speak and whether you hear anyone from the public speak in opposition. Is this a concern or a question that exists today in the shopping center district? And if it does, then you can give it the appropriate weight on whether or not this change really matters. And when we get to the end, I will share some thoughts and ideas on some mitigation to answer questions to make sure that we're doing the best we can to not negatively affect any adjacent neighborhood. The staff has already gone through this, but I'll go quickly. This is a copy of the rezoning ordinance from 2002 when the Basha family created Marbella Vineyards. They were the owners of the property at the time. Circled in red is the site. You can see that it's zoned C2. There was no square foot limitation. It is my understanding that the Basha family was just not aware that they might have been aware that this shopping center change was happening, but not aware that a single user square foot limitation was being placed on that property. This is the language from that. You heard the staff already address that, so I'm not going to bore you with those details, but there was no square foot limitation. The uses that were allowed in 2002, we're consistent with those. This is the chart of showing those development standards. I simply lay it here out to say that we're consistent even with the development standards from 2002. Interestingly, when that zoning code update happened in 2005, there were rules of transition put in place. On the left side, you can see the 2005 rules of transition. On the right, the 2021. They talk about if there is an existing PAD, we believe we meet those criteria. But rather than talk about a legal fight between us and the staff, we made a conscious decision from the very beginning just to deal straight up with this case, to be transparent, and when the staff recommended that we needed to rezone to GC, we did. But respectfully, we reserve those rights to raise those issues again if the case is not approved this evening. I just wanted to share this chart. It's just a quick summary of the key things that are at issue this evening. Building height, building setbacks, and landscape area. I raise these issues because lots of people have made the argument that it's just not compatible with the area. Compatibility can be both subjective and objective. The development standards set forth in the zoning code provide those objective criteria when something is compatible. And in every instance here, we meet or exceed those objective development criteria, and we'll go through those in more detail. This language here talks about just our thoughts on this old C2 zoning, but simply put, the key sentence is the bolded one. Granting the rezoning to general commercial isn't expanding rights beyond what the property historically had. Again, our belief is that this property started with C2, there was no square foot limitation, and today, all we're asking for is to be able to build larger than 75,000 square for a single user. We are not talking about building more square footage than what would be allowed on that site. This is a letter that we asked the Basha family to provide. It's signed by David Basha. This was submitted to you as part of your packet. Here's some of the key takeaways from it. The Basha family purchased 240 acres in 1978. They created the Marbella Vineyards master plan and reserved this corner for C2 uses. The original intent was a Basha store, but that didn't make sense at the time due to the limited trade area. Unable to wait and unwilling to engage in cannibalization of other stores, Basha's built at Power and Chandler Heights. Basha's sold its stores to Raley's in 2021, who was offered this property but passed because they viewed it as a non-viable commercial site. The Basha's family over these recent years, has explored smaller grocers and multifamily users, with the first being rejected by the market and multifamily use is being rejected by the town. The Bashas family fully supports and requests support from the town council. That's a summary of the letter. This is just some pictures of the site. You've been well oriented to it with knowing that the fire station exists there in the corner. We'll talk about that in a second, and in a large landscaping area. You can see this site here where additional right-of-way and dedications have already been made in coordination with your CIP and transportation folks planning for this project. This is, this is a source of concern, and this is the driveway that's shown on Wilson Way. And I'll explain in just a bit through a combination of slides why this issue deserves support and why there's examples of this existing throughout the town today. But please know that if a truck came in here, it would only go this far south. Now, with me this evening are not only representatives of Simon CRE, but Dane Jaster from Target. And I'll invite him up in a second to talk about how their operations deal with these exact type of issues. Last time we were here, there was a little bit of a question about this southern landscaping buffer that's HOA property. We highlighted it here in blue. You can see that it ranges in width, but there's two areas, 40 and 75 feet. Now, what's interesting and why I say that there's some misinformation out here, this is the quote from one of the residents made at this podium on March 4th of this year. I highlighted in yellow their arguments that are being put forth to a lot of the residents. And it says, this proposed change would allow higher intensity commercial development with reduced zoning standards. That's not true. Including narrower building setbacks, not true. Increased parking allowances, not true. Less stringent landscaping, not true. These changes deviate significantly from the original SC zoning and are incompatible with adjacent residential neighborhoods, not true. If approved, the rezoning would lead to increased traffic, noise, lighting, and building massing near residential property lines on the south and east. Again, all not true. Importantly, it may contribute to diminished property values in the proximity by eroding a residential buffer and replace it. Again, I ask council members just to consider the simple question. What are the standards allowed in SC today? Those are what sets the tone, the rules for what is compatible with the adjacent neighborhood. Mayor, on April 21st, you asked us to reach out to residents, to reach out to opposition leaders. We did so, and the response I got back was, thank you much for reaching out, but we have nothing new to add at this time, so unless you have new thoughts or new information, it doesn't make sense to me. So we tried. After that council meeting on April 21st, this petition was circulated. Again, item one, again, this is some of the misinformation. Not compatible with the site or the neighborhood. Again, let's start with just what do the SC rules say? That's what determines whether we're compatible. Not a subjective standard, but an objective standards. Limit future oversight. That's not true either. What you heard tonight from your planning staff was that the development plan will lock this down, and that if significant changes come back, they come back to the council. It's number three, in conflict with the adopted general plan. That's not true either. The staff already showed you how this general plan shows that it's general commercial. Market demands will fill the shopping center zoning. That's not accurate, and the letter from David Basha explains that. Shopping center still delivers economic value. That might be true, but it doesn't deliver the same economic value that a Target will, generating the tax revenue that it does. The last one is shopping center zoning is the balanced outcome. I respectfully disagree with that. I think what proposed today is the balanced outcome that is a win-win-win for everyone. So what do the design standards show? Staff showed you these two charts. I put it just in a simple thing you can look at. So today, when you look at the objective standards, whether it's compatible, 35 feet or 2 stories is what's allowed. We're proposing a single-story building. I want to call out that the very tallest architectural element on the west side of the building at the entry is 35 feet. That meets the code today, but that's not actually how we measure building height, and I'll explain that in a second. When you talk about the building setbacks, we meet or exceed every one of them. You talk about the landscaping setbacks, we meet or exceed. Let me review each of those, including the open space, which is 15% required in both districts, but we're providing 29. I think that's a significant increase. Let me show you just some examples. This is Fry's at the southwest corner of Higley and Chandler Heights. This store is zoned SC, and it's actually around 110,000 square feet. How did that happen? It was approved as C2 and then built under that district and then got a subsequent rezoning to SC. But note the setback on the west. It's 75 feet. Noted on the south, 160 feet. Very similar to what we're talking about today. This is the Fry's in Cooley Station, one of the gems of Gilbert. Notice directly to the south that the building setback there is 75 feet. We're bigger here. Notice to the east, that's 135 feet. By the way, last time there were some allegations made that targets don't fit on size property this size. The area highlighted in blue is 13.78. Let me go back to this one. The area highlighted in blue is 11 acres. This is the Bashes at Morrison Ranch, another great neighborhood in the town of Gilbert. And we just wanted to call out that the delivery areas and the dumpsters are all accessed from the local street on the east side. By the way, let me back up to this one at Cooley Station, and if you notice where Dennisport Avenue is in the upper right corner, that is a local street that connects to that shopping center. It's right there. These are actually good planning principles. Again, here, you can get to this store through the local streets. Again, we're not out of context for the area. We're just showing some other buildings that are nearby that are over 75,000 square feet. So when we talk about building setbacks, I highlighted those in red just to draw your attention to them. You can see what the SC standard is, the GC standard, and what we're proposing. But let's talk about what the actual real distances are. There in the northeast corner, we're actually 193 plus feet away from building to building. 170, 240, 280. So the east side can be simply said it's 2 times greater, and on the south 3 times greater. So up here you could fit 2 full-size basketball courts, an Olympic swimming pool. Here you could fit a 747 and almost an entire football field. So when you talk about actual distances between buildings, and we talk about compatibility, these are the objective standards. When we talk about landscaping standards, again, drawing your attention to the red, 30, 35, 40, 40. We're complying with 40 and 40 plus everywhere, except for that one area where straight parking spaces meet a curved property line. And I want to add that that's behind an 8-foot solid wall that's already landscaped. What do those landscaping lines look like? We showed them there in red and blue, and you can see where those parking spaces barely dip into that one corner. There's a blow up of that same area. Sal already reviewed these things, but these are just the PAD deviations. These are separate from the rezoning request to GC. I don't think that there's an issue on them. If there is, please ask me more. Again, building heights, I mentioned that I would come back to these. Remember, today, in the SC district, 35 feet and 2 stories allowed. We're proposing a single-story building. Here's what those look like. The top picture is what the view would be from Higley Road looking east. You can see the tallest element is 35. Those other walls are parapet walls. They're meant to hide the HVAC equipment, and I'll explain in just a second why those are not the actual building height measured under the LDC. The picture on the bottom is what you would see if you were on Wilson Way. So the picture I've shown now is how building height is measured. If you look at the far left building, it says measured to the surface of the roof. That's how flat roofs, building height are measured under the Gilbert Land Development Code. So the colored elevation is what we would see if we were south of the site, and then the dotted line represents the flat roof. On the west side, a little bit over 22 feet. On the east side, which is next to Wilson Way, the actual building height is 19 feet, 7.5 inches. So again, when we talk about objective versus subjective standards, this is meeting all and exceeding the standards that are in the SC district today. Here's some renderings of what neighbors will actually see. This is the shop building up on the corner. This is, again, when we talk about objective, subjective compatibility, this is the approval letter from the Design Review Board dated April 14th of this year. Now, it's contingent upon your approval, council, but if you just look at the findings of fact and read what the Planning Commission unanimously voted for, number 2, the project conforms to the general plan and specifically the land use, community design, and environmental planning elements. Number 3, the project is consistent with all applicable provisions of the zoning code. The project is compatible with adjacent nearby development. The project design provides for safe and efficient provision of public services. So these same issues were raised, asked, and answered at the Planning Commission as far as the design of the site goes. So even the issue, I want to be very clear, even the issue of this driveway onto Wilson Way, that's an allowed right today under the shopping center district. That's an allowed right today. Part of our efforts here when after that first neighborhood meeting in May, about a year ago, was the brokers were asked to go out and see who has interest in this site. They got interest from car washes, gas stations, secondhand stores, and gyms. So we just decided to create a conceptual site plan that might show what that would look like. The building layout, the sizes, those are still the same. Keeping this SC does not lead to a better or a different site plan. Just note that building 1 is 74,500, building 2 is 55,000. None of these require design or require a rezone, only a design review, and a council vote's not required. So we just tried to show a comparison. On the left is what we're proposing. On the right is a conceptual hypothetical one. Now the question might be, well, I'd rather just take my risk and see what can get done with SC. But the truth of the matter is our client is planned to close on this property no matter what, and then it'll build whatever uses it can fit under the SC district. Would we love to keep Target? Yes. And we're going to work like the Dickens to make sure that happens because we think that's the better solution for everyone. I want to talk a little bit about traffic here, which, again, we call the counterintuitive story. Again, based on the users that were interested in this site, we had Greenlight, our traffic engineers, do a traffic engineering or traffic study. Here's the key takeaway from it from the proposed project on the left or the hypothetical project on the right. Here's the key factors. The proposed project actually generates 52% fewer AM peak hour trips, 26% fewer PM peak hour trips, and 16% fewer daily total trips compared to the potential development under the existing zoning today. Similarly, when you account for pass-by reduction, the proposed project generates 17% fewer AM trips, 17% fewer PM trips, and 12% fewer daily trips. I get it that it might be counterintuitive, but again, traffic, while maybe a valid concern, is still the same whether it's SC or GC, and the project we're proposing actually generates a lesser traffic impact than what we're getting the intended users looking for. Here's the total trips. The top is what our hypothetical project would look at, again, based on interest on the site, versus what we're proposing. It's a significant difference. After the last council meeting, we did a traffic study on April 9th. It was a Thursday. School was in. At the top red line, for that 24-hour period, 647 vehicles crossed that measuring strip. That's a very low amount for this street. On the southern one there, 344 total vehicles crossed the street. Again, if a delivery truck happened to come in that way, and we can instruct them not to, but if they did, they would turn right there at that driveway that matches up with the fire station, which, let's be clear, that is how the fire station and every fire truck gets access to that site today. What we'd like to suggest and offer up a condition of approval an additional stipulation, if you will, is that we're happy to put a sign there, both on-site and off-site, and agreed that all of our operational manuals will include that trucks cannot go right. If a truck happens to leave there, they cannot go south. They can only go north. In my heart of hearts, it may happen, but it probably won't, because anyone leaving that site's going to want to go north on Higley Road. And they're going to go right over to those entrances on Higley, make a right, and go north. The point here, these are some questions raised by some of our friends, which was, are the roads meant to carry these heavy loads? We asked what kind of fire trucks are at that station. We found out that Ladder 259 is a Pierce Velocity 7000. It weighs, depending on how it's fitted, between 76,000 and 84,000 pounds. These roads are engineered over 85,000 pounds. Target, in its largest trucks, which I'll talk about in just a second, some more detail, use a WB67 style. Their empty weight is 30 to 35,000. They can't be loaded over 80, and most loads are much less than that when they get delivered to the store. So again, we're sensitive to the concern and willing to be part of the solution that no vehicles would go, no delivery vehicles. But connected neighborhoods are better neighborhoods, and I showed you two examples already of very, very respected and liked neighborhoods that have these connections. We believe that residents that live in Marbella actually want this type of connection, and it makes the streets safer because cars from Marbella don't have to go onto the arterial streets to access the site. This is the pedestrian and vehicular circulation plan. Again, all driveways are available for deliveries, but here, again, we would place signage so that nobody would ever go south on Wilson Way. Let me talk a little bit more about deliveries for a second. All driveways would be available for deliveries, but again, I think most of them will come through Higley and Ocotillo. But the right to have that driveway on Wilson is one that exists today. Target, most deliveries come in the night or early morning. They enforce a no idling policy. Those trucks that I talked about, the big ones, WB67, they anticipate 5 to 7. Let's just call it 7, one a day. Food deliveries, 3 to 7, depending on the season. Let's call it 1 per day. There will be other smaller vendors that you and I would see that drive much smaller trucks, and they anticipate 8 to 16. But those would come, I would anticipate, again, off of Higley and Ocotillo. Earlier I mentioned in the David Basha letter about Power and Chandler Heights. This is actually aerial photo of that site. You can see there's multiple loading areas, multiple dumpsters. So when someone raises a concern about noise, I say to them, yes, a valid concern, but the concern still exists today in SC. And oh, by the way, we're making significant improvements, which I'll explain more in just a second. Here, Target uses a single 30 cubic yard internally loaded self-contained compactor. There are no external dumpsters operated by Target. Any recycling, the bales, the balers are all located inside the store. The compactor is only emptied 1 to 2 times a month. As you know, dumpsters are emptied at least once per week and sometimes twice per week, depending on the use that's happening there. Recycled materials picked up once per week. Pushed as far north as possible. There's no dumpsters back there. These are the only loading bays, which will be screened according to town code. This is a much quieter, better use. People have raised the concern that this will be noisier. But noisier, again, is not relevant to whether it's an SC or GC district. It's the same whether it's a commercial, residential, or industrial. That's how you apply the rules. Of course, Target is a well-respected national retailer. They're going to follow the rules. Again, the allegation was made that this is going to be brighter and have light pollution. The answer to that is that's not true. And those standards are the same whether it's SC or GC. This is what we call the lighting map, and it shows that we're 0.1, which is what the code requires, or 0 at every property line. Again, this would not have been approved conditionally, but not approved by the Planning Commission unless it met these standards. Let me talk a little bit about parking for a second. We asked, again, this is not an issue that is before the council. This is an administrative use permit approved by the staff. And it would be the same whether we were an SC or GC. But what we did is looked at this site and determined what are the appropriate number of parking spaces. We could go back and remove some green space. We don't think that's right. Remember, we had 29% versus 15. But when you look at this, the study that did it, let me just give you the highlights, which have been reviewed by your staff, the transportation, and the planning department. But let me draw your attention to number 3. Based on the ITE, that's the Institute of Traffic Engineers, that results in 300, that based on the demand, if you apply the code, the standards in the ITE Parking General Manual, 325 total spaces are what's needed. We're providing 515. 6 talks about a comparison to the IT manual, and then also 7 talks about just comparison to comparable sites in the valley. And when you look at 7, there's actually an excess of 265 spaces. Now, this is a letter that was written by Dane Jaster of Target, who's here. And Mayor, with your permission, I'd like him to come up and just share some thoughts about how Target operates their stores. But simply put, Target is the person that cares the most about parking because they want their customers to have a positive experience. They would not agree to any reduction that would hurt or sacrifice or diminish a customer experience. So, Mayor, with your permission, can I invite Dane Jaster to come up and just share a few thoughts with you about parking? Yep.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. Appreciate it. Dane Jaster here, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Senior Development Manager with Target. Thanks. Reese took the words out of my mouth. Great presentation here. And just want to touch base on a couple of the items you're talking about, you know, truck circulation and things like that along Wilson Way. One of the recommendations we said was the no right turn. You know, our truck drivers are professionals. You know, we drive in very urban environments at other stores across the country. You know, we have Targets in Manhattan, very, very urban sites where they're used to driving with, you know, people, pedestrians, and things around them. So they're some of the safest drivers probably out there. You know, Target does a great job with that. Another item with just like deliveries as well. So I think there was a concern with how they can maneuver into the loading dock space. So, you know, we do expect, you know, the traffic to, you know, those trucks to come from Wilson Way, or a majority of them, at least the heavier loads that'll use the loading dock. And we've done multiple truck turning radiuses, you know, movements, turns, et cetera. Like, that's the lifeline to the Target, is getting goods into the loading dock, you know, into the store, you know, ready to, you know, sell to the community. So, you know, we've absolutely vetted out, you know, how that could work, and I'm very confident that, you know, that we have a solution there. Some of the other smaller vendors, you know, they will use Ocotillo and Higley. You know, the mailman, you know, is one of those 8 to 16 extra vehicles, you know, that will arrive on a daily basis. You know, the mailman parks in the general parking lot and walks in through the front door. So, you know, not all of those traffic, you know, the larger trucks will use Wilson, but, you know, the smaller vendors will definitely use the other access points. Okay. Well, anyway, I just wanted to kind of just say my appreciation for the town staff and working through the numerous reviews that we've had with them, through the complicated, like, ordinances, you know, the building heights, the traffic, you know, just all of that. They've been very supportive and, you know, very helpful in kind of guiding us into, you know, the direction here. And just want to make sure that, you know, Target, you know, is looking forward to having a store here. You know, Target does great things for the community. You know, we're, you know, here to support and provide, you know, those services. So, you know, including our drive up. So if you don't have drive up, you know, I just want to kind of put a shout out to that too. It's a really fun service here. So anyway, just kind of want to say thanks again, and I'll give it back to Reese.
Thank you, Mayor. So while Dane didn't mention it, you can see it on the screen. What Dane put in his letter was, for their store to be successful, they think they need about 350 stalls. Again, total site, we're providing 515. We've heard some allegations that overflow parking is going to go onto Wilson Way. We just don't think that's going to be the case. I tried to measure out, the red line represents if somebody parked on Wilson Way, how far they would have to walk. It's approximately 700 feet. The blue arrows represent 375 on the north and about 350 on the south. So just logically speaking, ask yourself, would you really want to go over there and park? A question was asked, I think, a few council meetings ago about, is Gilbert's code too much? And the answer simply is yes. And when we compare it with other sites or other cities, you can see that everybody has a slightly lower amount. And in my experience, we work in all of these cities. We are routinely asking and getting parking reductions because there is a recognition that seasonal shopping has lengthened. The amount of square footage for the store is actually less because there's a showroom in the back, or I'm sorry, storage room. And the new delivery and pickup areas are significantly reducing the amount of required parking. As far as support goes, there are a lot of people here this evening in support. Mayor, I believe you have some of those cards. Not all of them want to speak, but they did come down to show their support. And they also wanted to be respectful of your time. Of importance here is the support from the Gilbert Chamber of Commerce, who looked at this site and urges your support. Finally, these are some physical and economic impact. These are numbers produced by your staff. If you have questions about it that I can answer, I would suggest and welcome that you ask your interim economic development director, Jennifer Graves, to come up and shed some more light on it. But what the Gilbert Economic Development Department did was look at this over a 10-year period, and you can see the direct impact of revenues generated by the store are over $12 million. The expenditures line is, what does that cost to the town and services that it provides? And they calculate that at 1.7. The net benefit's 10.3 million. So this is a net positive to the town. Now, why do I raise that issue? It's not to say you should approve this because you get tax revenue for it and you will hurt residents that live nearby. That is not the case. In our heart of hearts, we believe this store, this project meets the criteria of the existing zoning district. And it should be supported just on that alone. But on top of that, the icing on the cake is you're getting a wonderful tax revenue that's going to help with the other financial challenges that the town has. Here's the economic impact comparison, again, prepared by your staff. But when they look at the total output of this store and the benefit to the town, they're calculating it at 198 million. Jobs created, 235. Payroll at 73 million. Household spending, this is included induced spending by households, 66 million, almost 67. Construction output, the cost to build is 57 million, and construction jobs are 358. These are all significant issues that are lean themselves and lend themselves to supporting this project. So why does this rezoning deserve approval? Again, we talk about compatibility. We look at objective standards. Our actual separation is 2 and 3 times greater. Where there's a land difference in landscaping setbacks, we're meeting the greater standard. Where there's a more onerous building height, we're actually meeting that and limiting it to 1 story. Our open space is almost 2 times greater. Our traffic study shows that we're actually less than what could be from an anticipated shopping center site. We're happy to mitigate deliveries through a variety of measures. We meet the noise rules, we meet the lighting rules. We're better on the number of dumpsters. We have 0, so we're quieter. And the parking reduction that we're talking about is supported by the planning staff. It's supported by a parking study, Target's own internal analysis, and shopping trends in the Phoenix area. So let me add one thing, which is there's concerns about the uses between SC and GC. What we would suggest is that the council add an additional condition of approval or stipulation that says the uses of this site are limited to the shopping center uses in place on the date of this hearing. I think that would alleviate a lot of concerns, and we put that forward in good faith because we're putting our money where our mouth is. We want to build something that's consistent with the SC, with the only difference being that a single user is over 75,000 square feet. So we want to make sure that someone's not concerned. It's a valid concern. We want to recognize that and address it head up. So we would suggest to the council that they include a condition of approval that uses on the site are limited to the SC uses. So Mayor, that's the end of it. I tried to move quickly. I hope I was clear, but I'm happy to answer questions that you or anyone might have.
Questions for the applicant?
I just have one, I think. Can we go
Councilmember.
back to the traffic report? I just have a quick, something I want to kind of confirm.
Is it this page, Councilmember Buckley?
No, it's one with a photo, I think. Well, I can just ask my question, then maybe
Sure.
we can find it. But, you know, you had given the traffic numbers, like the number of cars coming off Wilson Way, and then the number going south.
Was
I
this-
think going.
Was this
okay,
the slide?
yeah. So, yeah, 647 vehicles going, you're saying across, what street is that there? Is that Higley?
So that's Wilson Way.
Oh, that's
and the
Wilson
red
Way.
roof is the fire station.
Okay.
And so on the day that that the traffic counts were taken, that little strip, and you've seen them on the road, little black line, it was triggered 647 times
In
one 24-hour period.
in one day. Is that because of the fire department there?
Well,
Is-
the conclusion that I draw from it is that a lot of traffic is turning at that same entrance that uses the fire station. And it makes logical sense to me because
Oh, yeah.
employees go there, fire trucks come and go, and they all enter on Wilson Way.
Right, and then all the residents that are using that street as well.
Right, which is why you would anticipate that traffic would drop tremendously. Now, what's important to note is that a local street has the capacity of around 3,000 cars a day, and this street's nowhere close to that.
Okay, well, I myself, I can't see that dropping if there's a target there. I mean, I would see that probably going up. But my question, I don't see anything about the traffic going north and south on Higley.
So, Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Buckley, this traffic study here was done, and this is counting all of the cars on Higley and Ocotillo. And what it's showing is that our proposed shopping center there would have about 7,238 visitors per day, cars on the streets. The one above it, which is our hypothetical project based on users that were interested in the site, shows a greater traffic amount. But let me be clear again, that concern about traffic, in my humble opinion, is irrelevant because you will have traffic no matter what, because this is a commercially designated site. And so when the staff, including your transportation, evaluate this, they don't look at it whether it's SC or GC. They look at the site and what's happening.
Well, we probably differ on that just a little bit, but what I'd like to know is what the existing is right now. How much is that going to increase? And are you saying it's going to increase by 8,568? Because that street is massively busy.
Yep. Mayor
The
Anderson,
north and
Councilor
south
Buckley.
on Higley in this particular area.
So I would suggest that we invite up your transportation staff and have them answer that question. You'll remember that right now there's a CIP project adding a third lane to Higley Road. That's why it's a road of regional significance in your transportation plan. It's meant to be a busy road, and it's only going to get busier. And along with Ocotillo, with the bridge opening over, it's only going to get busier. I say that with the utmost of respect because traffic in the area is going to change dramatically, and it's only going to get busier. But that's the same whether it's SC or GC.
Yeah, well, I agree with you on that, but it will get busier or not busier depending on, you know, how big you build and what you put there. I'm just trying to stress on how already overloaded in that area that street is. And I'm trying to find out, is this 8568, is that a daily, daily increased number?
The answer is yes. And but those, again, that's already baked into the formulas and again, your staff has looked at these, they've approved them, they know this amount of traffic's gonna happen. And again, whether it's SC or GC, I think we should ask them what the total amount of cars per day are on those roads. I don't have that right in front of me, and I don't want to guess.
Okay, well, would staff have that number by any chance? I'd like to know, just because inquiring minds want to know, you know. It doesn't need to be major in detail, I just would like to know if you have that number.
Oh, yeah, of course I am, yeah.
You want to go to the slide? I don't know which slide number it is.
It's probably near
Sorry, Councilmember Buckley, we're looking through a slide that shows that. Just a minute, please. You're not going to be able to do it that way.
It's a hidden slide, probably.
Do you want to say something?
No, it should be at the end. Oh, wait, this isn't the right slide presentation. This isn't the right one.
Councilmember Buckley, Councilmember Torgerson wants to say something while they're searching.
Wanted to make a point here. There's one thing about your slide. Earlier, it showed 687 trips, I think it was. There's two things I wanted to point out. Can you bring that up where it shows the number? Okay.
I'm happy to bring it up as soon as they put it back up, but the slide was 647 trips opposite the fire station.
Right, and just beneath it?
344.
So that's what's really going through the neighborhood right now.
Correct.
Okay, so there's 344 going through the neighborhood. One thing I want to point. Okay, Please, you'll have your time, please. I want to point that out, but the other thing I want to point out is that Higley is considered a street of regional significance. One thing, no matter what happens here tonight, you're going to face a lot more traffic. We could leave this thing blank, and you're going to get a lot more traffic. So don't anybody think things are going to stay the same, because they are not, no matter what happens here. No matter what happens here, it's not going to be different. It's going to be different. It's going to be more traffic no matter what going up Higley. I want to make that point real clear.
Yeah, I think that we probably all realize that. We just don't want to, well, me anyway. I live out there, you know, and I'm a mile away. And Councilmember Torgerson's correct, you know, that it is. And for everyone listening, you know, we live in an ever-changing world. And so things are going to change. We can do our very best to try and keep a family community and not intruded by certain things. But, you know, eventually there'll be a shopping center maybe on the other side, I don't know. But it's not going to change my opinion probably on my decision. But we do have to realize that we're in an ever-changing world. And as much as we don't want, I remember when Gilbert had dirt roads and, you know, it was nothing but a few ranchers out here. And so I've seen the growth and I've watched it all. And I haven't liked a lot of it, but for the most part, it's made things better and easier and more accessible. But I understand what you're saying, Councilmember Torgerson, is, but that doesn't mean that all of a sudden we have to jump in and increase our traffic and stuff. by a huge amount. So that but I'm still waiting
the
for
staff-
that number that started all this.
Yeah, I think the staff has found what you need.
Yeah.
We'll get that finished up.
Apologize for us fumbling around here a little bit. Sorry, Councilmember Buckley. The applicant is correct in the fact that the amount of traffic that will be happening here with the revised zoning or the changed zoning is going to be less than what was going to happen with any other development in that area. Now, keep in mind, we're doing improvements right now in this intersection with the Ocotillo and Higley Road.
Yes, you are.
With Higley Road, we are adding an additional lane, which would be right adjacent to this. Plus, they are making some additional improvements, what I believe is inclusive of a right turn lane, so.
Yeah, I've seen that. And I'm aware of all that. I mean, I've studied this pretty well. I just wanted to know what the traffic numbers are today on Higley, going north and south.
Oh, on Higley, so that would be, if you look at
And what it's
number
antici-
2, so you would have, so those existing counts. So that would be 907 in the AM, and it looks like 738 in the PM going northbound, and then southbound you have 500 in the AM, and then I can't read can you unzoom, I guess? So, yeah, so in the PM you have over, it looks like 1,000 trips in the PM.
Okay, so we have 1,000 in the PM.
Going southbound, yeah.
And then this project would add another 8,000.
Oh, and I apologize.
That's
So
why I'm a
us
little
traffic engineers, we look at peak hours, we kind of look at the worst-case scenario. So if it works during the worst-case scenario, then we kind of assume that it's fine the rest of the day. So typically, when we look at peak hours, that's 10% of the traffic for the day. And so, so for the peak hour, where it's like 8,000, we're looking at 800 during the peak hour, if that makes sense.
So adding another 800.
We're adding
so-
another 800, yeah.
So 1,800 cars, okay. Well, that's all right. I just wanted to know what those numbers were, and I don't want to keep you guys or anyone else, but.
Sorry for trying to read this in small print, so sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This time, before we begin to, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, sorry, thanks, Mayor. Reese, thanks for the data, ton of it. I'm kind of overloaded right now, but number of trucks
recognize that.
per day?
So trucks would be, those are the WB 67, 2 per day at max, depending on the busyness of the season. Remember though, I want to be transparent, we always have been. Additional smaller trucks would come, and they're targeting those between, sorry, that wasn't an intended pun, 8 to 16. Those are the mailman, Amazon, et cetera.
But you have trucks that actually use the docks. I mean, you have
Trucks that
smaller-
actually use the docks.
You have some smaller ones too, right?
2.
Just 2 per day? What time of day?
They come early in the morning, late at night.
Okay.
And Dane can speak to this too, but under their operational procedures, which every driver's given those notes, specifics of where to enter, where to exit, they can specify those, but they usually happen early in the morning or late at night when we're not hitting the peak hours.
And what is the furthest away you guys are from a residence?
So
How
to
many
the south, the furthest away, building separation, 280.
Okay.
And the closest, which would be the east, 130, 150. Can I go back to that slide real quick?
Yep.
So are those legible on the screen? At the top, 193, 170, 240, 280, 271.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Okay, go forward a couple of slides where you had the gym on there, please.
The gym, oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yep. This is where we had comparison.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it this slide,
Yeah,
Councilman?
that one, okay. The Goodwill, you said here was what, 21,000 square feet?
No, they're going to be around 70, 74 is I think what we showed them. whether or not they're that big, the point is that you could today, and again, I don't want to play games, but you could today take this Target building and run a wall right down the middle, add a second set of loading docks, and call it 2 stores, but operate it as one. You could also take those 2 stores, put a 10-foot landscaping strip between them, have grocery on one side, retail on the other, and call it a day. Because you would fit under that rule of max single user, not maximum overall, but max single user. So again, what we're showing on the right side of the picture is just some conceptual thoughts on what might happen there, again, based on users. So that would fit under the rules, and you can see it's a similar layout.
Okay. 2 trucks a day?
Exactly right. If you'd like confirmation, I'll call Dane back up, but that's exactly what Target told me. Again, 1 for food, 1 for general merchandise.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Torgerson.
I just want, it's for perspective. When you're saying 643 or whatever it was on that thing we spoke about earlier, and the rest being 344?
So on the screen, Councilmember Torgerson, we put those counts.
Keep in mind how quiet, 344 cars a day is a pretty quiet neighborhood. I just want, I'm looking for, a perspective here. It's not 3,000 cars a day, it's 300 going into the neighborhood. The rest stops at the fire station or somewhere short of there.
You're exactly right, Councilmember Torgerson.
Just so many people got upset when I said it. There's only 344 cars coming in. This is a quiet neighborhood.
Exactly right.
I'm trying to recognize
Exactly right. And what we would anticipate is that if someone used Wilson Way to enter this site, and they came off of Ocotillo, they would turn at the same driveway as the fire station, and they would not go further south. If somebody did, they're going to live in that neighborhood, and the street south of the fire station driveway is going to continue to be just as quiet. And people that come up to shop in the store are going to be Marbella residents who just use that driveway and then go back home. So but I think the numbers give a good conclusion that it's not a highly traveled road, and also that, that by the time traffic goes past the fire station, it's quieting down tremendously. That's what we recognize, and I anticipate it'll stay that way. But that right exists today under the SC. Remember my overarching question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we dive into the request to speak cards, we're going to take a 5-minute bio break.
Yeah, I just want to make one comment
sure,
for clarity.
Sure.
You talk about the WB67 truck. That's a tractor with a 53-foot trailer, correct?
So, Councilmember Lyons, I believe so. I'd have to look real quick. I'm not an expert on those. I can ask Dane, but if you just do a quick internet search for WD67, it'll tell you exactly what that.
Yeah, it's a 53. The 67 is a total wheelbase. So, just for point of fact for everybody, that's the largest truck you can technically run. So, just when we're talking about what's going in and out of there, that's what we're hitting with. That's all I wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
Thanks, Reese.
Thank you.
So let's take a 5-minute bio break, and then we'll dive into the comment cards. Okay, let's all take a seat and start again. Okay. I have some requests to speak cards, some in favor, some opposed. We'll go through these, and each one of you, as you're called up, please let us know who you are, and you have 3 minutes to address the council with your concerns about this item or your support for it. First up tonight is Kim Droges. Got that right?
Can you hear me? Very good. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Kim Droges. As a resident of Marbella Vineyards for more than 20 years, I see the value in rezoning this project and the positive impact it can bring to our community. One thing that gives me comfort is knowing exactly what is proposed for this corner and having transparency about what will be built. In many situations, residents do not have the level of clarity and are left guessing about future development. I appreciate the builder taking the time to engage with the community and explain the vision for this site. I also recognize the potential economic benefits this project could bring and the opportunity of those resources to continue to support the amenities over at Gilbert Regional Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Next up, Kagan Sela.
Test. My name is Kagan Silly. I'm a resident of Gilbert. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. First, I want to acknowledge how difficult it is to make the right decision on this proposal with a 900-page agenda packet tonight. Residents opposing this project recognize that challenge, which is why many of us spent months doing the due diligence to understand why this rezone should not be approved. I also want to acknowledge that Attorney Reese Anderson was correct in prior meetings when he stated some earlier opposition arguments could also apply under the existing SC zoning. Residents listened to that feedback and are here tonight presenting concerns specific to the requested GZ rezone project, not the SC zoning already adopted by the town. Attorney Reese Anderson has referenced to the Basha family support letter as evidence in favor of this proposal. But respectfully, that support is not objective. Any property owner positioned to financially benefit from a project of this scale would likely support it. Financial interests and community interests are not always the same thing. We continue hearing that this project meets or exceeds SC zoning standards while leaving out why a GC rezone is needed in the first place, because the project does not naturally fit this site. The proposal overburdens a constrained parcel as shown by the variances and accommodations required to make it work. The developer also references zoning compliance while strategically overlooking Gilbert's design guidelines, which exist to ensure developments respect neighborhood character. Meeting numerical zoning standards alone does not make a project compatible with the surrounding community. Another major concern is traffic. When asked how southbound traffic exiting Wilson Way directly into a neighborhood would be mitigated, we were told signage would solve the issue. As someone with experience in process control, I can tell you visual warnings are among the weakest form of control because they rely entirely on human behavior. We already know how well speed limits are followed on Higley Road today. Signage alone is not a meaningful mitigation strategy. Neighborhood traffic will be very apparent, and this will be specific to the project being proposed. Just because it is allowed under SC zoning does not mean it will under a non-compromised design. Finally, there are now 246 additional petition signatures opposing this rezone on top of the original 500 submitted back in 2025. We can pick apart the reasons why, but the point here is that you've got over 700 residents formally opposing this proposal, far greater than the population in support. Just read the room. This is not opposition to growth or the much-needed revenue. It is opposition to the wrong project on the wrong parcel under the wrong zoning designation. Please oppose Z25-13. Thank you.
Thank you. Please refrain from clapping. Please don't clap. David Basha.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Really appreciate the opportunity to come speak on behalf of my family, the owners of this property. Now, my family does not have a vested interest with Target, only with Simon Real Estate. But I can tell you, and I was going to go into the history of this site, but Mr. Reese Anderson did a fabulous job. I don't need to regurgitate that. I have been in charge of our family's real estate since the sale of our company in 2021. And I've been marketing this site with other brokers to all retailers around the state, around the country. And the only things that I ever got back were home builders, apartment builders, and townhome builders. And in seeing that, we came to the town of Gilbert with our hat in hand and met with the former mayor and some of the council members up here and wanted a rezone to residential because residential will financially benefit my family more than this commercial site. The council members and mayor equivocally said no. This site is a retail site and it needs to stay retail to generate retail sales tax dollars for the community. You have one of the finest retailers in the country who wants to land here. And I would assume since this is 2026 and not 2000, the city is not opening up their coffers and doing infrastructure deals, tax abatement, road improvements. So Target on their own dime is entering this market and putting up their own money, not the taxpayers' money. So yes, I am in favor of the retail use only because our family couldn't find other retailers who wanted to be here. The trade area is saturated, and this will never be a regional site like Santan Mall or the Queen Creek Marketplace. Everybody is in place. What I think is you have 3 users for the entire site. If this was a commercially developed grocery center, you would probably have 25 different users coming and going over time. You have a stable national retailer with a phenomenal reputation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ryan Day.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Town Council. My name is Ryan Dye. I live in Marbella Vineyards, and I've been here 10 years. First off, I want to say thank you for all that you do. Having served on the HOA in many capacities, in many places, I would equip your jobs to kind of what the HOA is. You're going to make some people upset, some people are going to be happy, but it's a thankless job. So I first want to say thank you. I want to first start off by saying I'm in full support of this project. Like many others, I'm sure that I had a very similar reaction as all of them. No Target. It's going to look like a giant spaceship. It's going to be out of place. I don't want that. In my mind, I had a vision of these fun little shops. We can go shopping. We can bring our dog, our family. We can eat. And it's going to be this perfect place in my mind. That was until I met with the developer. A neighbor of mine reached out to me and asked if I would like to attend a meeting. So I did. After that meeting, I learned the facts that the perfect utopia that I had in mind is not a reality. As Mr. Basha just said, they've shopped it out. It's not real for us to have the perfect little zoning property. So I decided to go to Facebook. I'm not one that will stand here and take opinions and their own bias and force it down my throat. So I stood up. I posted facts. I posted what I learned from the developer, mainly the summary page. As you can imagine, I was faced with a lot of resistance. I was accused of being someone that works for the town. I was accused of taking money under the table and personally attacked. So I only bring this up because some of these people that you may hear from are people that live along that road. They're the ones that are going to have to see the target all the time. And I do feel bad. But I don't feel bad because they chose to buy that property. That was in their own decision. During a meeting last night that we had, there was a lot of immature comments made and a lot of actions, such as dropping emojis during a meeting. I think that just shows a little bit of their character. No matter what is going to be built, they're going to oppose it because they're not going to have their dirt land in front of them. So no matter what goes up, they're going to be upset. So it's my opinion that I follow the facts, and I think most of the people are ignoring the facts. And as a result, I fully support this project. And just as a little bonus, I know that there are people within the community, within the neighborhood that participate in construction one way or another. I am not one of those, but I think it'd be a really cool story to involve some of those in the building of this target. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kevin Sproul.
Sorry, it's been a minute. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time. My name is Kevin Sproul. I live at 6165 Bridalveil Drive. It's about 1 minute from the proposed site. Sorry. The one word that keeps coming to my mind for this project is inappropriate. It just doesn't fit. I want to start by saying the developer has done some very fine work. The Gilbert Steel Yard is a nice, well-designed project. Frankly, something on that scale, smaller, neighborhood-friendly retail would actually be welcome at the southeast corner of Higley and Ocotillo, but a massive big box Target is not. Forcing a 128,000 square foot big box store here is like trying to pound a square peg into a round hole. Even if you rezone from SC to GC, the scale and character still don't fit this neighborhood. This is a quiet family area surrounded by homes, Doan Park, a church, the water treatment reservoir. A store of that size with heavy truck traffic and overflow parking will overwhelm residential streets that were never designed for it. We already have two convenient Targets, one about 10 minutes that way and another 15 minutes that way. I'm asking you to keep the existing SC neighborhood shopping center zoning that actually complements our community, protect our property values, honor the general plan, and respect the established precedent. Sorry. Please don't be the hammer that tries to force this square peg into the round hole. Please deny Z2513. Thank you.
Thank you. John Gherkin.
Excuse me. I just lost my place here. Well, let me get started here. Before I read my testimony, I'd like to enter something into the record, please. May I do that? It'll be verbal.
Sure.
Okay. We were just told our petition submitted on 14 May 2026 in accordance with Arizona statute section 9-462.04 subparagraph H requiring 3/4 vote by the town council for rezoning application Z25-13, item 24 on the town of Gilbert agenda, May 19th, was invalid right before tonight's meeting. However, we found that we meet all those standards that they say we don't, based upon, if I can find this now, that's what happens when you get old. Well, here we go.
You're going to lose your time here pretty quick.
Well, am I on 3 minutes now?
Yes.
This is off the record and it's counting toward my 3 minutes?
It's not off the record.
Well, on the record for something that's being denied to us tonight.
Yes.
Well, let me read this then, because it's pretty important. And this is your own zoning section 5.703, paragraph H, states, oh, Lordy. Protest procedures, if the owners of 20% or more either of the area of the lots included in a proposed zoning change or of those immediately adjacent to in the rear of any side thereof extending 150 feet therefrom, or of those directly opposite thereto extending 150 feet from the street frontage of the opposite lots, file a protest in writing against the proposed amendment. It shall not become effective except by the favorable vote of 3/4 of the members of the town council. The protest shall be filed in writing with the town clerk at least 5 days prior to the public hearing or any continued public hearing of the town council to allow time to verify the signatures on the protest, which we did. So Gilbert statute says, or 20% of homes within 150 feet, therefore our petition should not be denied, which we met. So I do not get to have my other presentation apparently, huh? You
No.
won't permit me that, please?
No, you get 3 minutes, that's what everybody gets.
And the applicant gets a
And
hour?
we've already done an analysis of the protest, so I don't know why we're talking about it. Next is Christine Zimmerman.
Hi, my name's Christine, and I'm a Gilbert resident. I, over 25 years ago, moved to South Gilbert, and as someone who has been here for quite a while, we had to travel quite a bit north all the time to get to any larger stores. So I speak in favor of the Target going in for a larger store and a good store being put in South Gilbert. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Scott.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor, as well as council members. I'm a mom and a healthcare provider that works in this area. I live in the Bridges right next to Marbella. I have to cut through Marbella to get to my neighborhood in the Bridges because traffic on Higley is so poor. I understand we are a very busy street. It's going to keep getting busier with the bridge going in. I look forward to the expansion. I'm excited for the bridge. I'm excited for something to go into that dirt lot. I can't stand looking at it, but I don't need a Target. I was at Target before I came here tonight. I'm in favor of Target, just not in this location. We need smaller stores. We need restaurants. We don't have enough restaurants in this part of the town. We need something that our families can feel safe in. I drive through that town or through that street to get to my neighborhood. There are people walking their dogs, kids on their e-bikes that are going way too fast without helmets on. I used to work for a trauma center. Half of the stuff that we would get trauma came from Chandler Heights and Higley, Queen Creek and Higley. It is a huge, busy roadway, and this is going to add so many more cars that we don't need. We need cars for shopping, but not for a Target in this area. Please vote no. We need smaller stores. Thank you.
Thank you. Chad Brossman.
Thank you. Chad Brossman, 20-year Gilbert resident, registered architect, 30 years experience. Documents have been provided to the town council clearly demonstrating the precedent and historical findings not to approve this zoning change. Included in this documentation are 48 similarly sized retailers, Targets, in GC zoning that were analyzed with an average net site development acres of 50.54, with 98% on sites of 19 net acres or more. That information has been provided to you. I'll stand by that. Only one in all those in Maricopa County is a ground-up standalone. 98% have all complementary adjacent zoning to support destination shopping. Of those, 93%, 93.75%, have 5 or more total vehicle access points. Additionally, all 133 fire stations in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Mesa, Tempe, Chandler, Gilbert, and Apache Junction were reviewed. There is not a single fire station that shares a common egress point like this with a GC development. 89.8%, 115 stations, were also not located directly adjacent or within about 600 feet of a GC development zoning. Only 5 stations, 3.9%, were within that distance. Only 1 station even shares an entrance with a retailer, which is Tempe Fire Station 271 that closed. The proposed development requires not only change in zoning from SC to GC, but deviation from nearly 80 items outlined in the commercial development criteria, including those for sites over 10 acres, amenities, and etc. Submittal checklists and the town of Gilbert zoning requirements that were either not met or addressed. Many of these criteria are not being met because the site is too small to support this large of a project adequately, efficiently, and safely. Section 5.403, findings required for approval for the AUP, makes this statement. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of persons living, working in the vicinity, to adjacent property, to the neighborhood, or to the public in general. I submitted a further document showing the vehicle access point, ingress and egress, which is this document that I'll show here that should have, that I emailed to everyone, which actually the developer shows truck traffic on Wilson Way, taking up nearly all of Wilson Way and blocking the main egress point. Additionally, coming in the opposite direction doesn't help much either. So I believe I've made those points. I respectfully request that you deny the rezoning of this site. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Robert Gerlach.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I live in Marbella Vineyards for approximately 10 years. I am against the target. First of all, this target, what they're doing reminds me of an old adage. They're trying to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Traffic is one of the big problems. As we know, the bridge is going to be completed for Ocotillo. This is going to increase the traffic, as you guys know, at least tenfold, if not more. I think the commission is thinking of revenue over the effect of the residents of Marbella Vineyards and Shamrock. This also includes the church from the southwest corner. This project will affect the aesthetics of the community and the quiet family neighborhood. The project will not improve life and well-being of the affected neighborhoods. We already know that there's a Target close up in the Ellsworth Loop shopping area, which is only 5 to 10 minutes away. Target was also trying to push about selling groceries. You go up Ocotillo to Power, you go south, there's a Bash's, very close. You go north, there's a Safeway. I hope each commissioner has physically visited the site and see how close and how it would affect our neighborhood. I think most residents would like the zoning to stay for smaller businesses, restaurant, which would be nice, some small stores, but no gas station. I don't think any other location in Gilbert has a large, big box business that it intrudes on a quiet residential neighborhood. So I would be hopeful that you will make careful considerations of us residents of Marbella and Shamrock, the people that attend the church in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. David Anderson.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is David Anderson. I have been a resident of Gilbert for 25 plus years. I have seen our great town grow substantially over that time, and we have a lot more ahead of us with that. as we go. As an entrepreneur and business owner, I also know firsthand that growth is really, really, really hard. And I applaud all of you for the work that you do to ensure that our town grows smart and in the best way possible. I rise in support of this project tonight because I do know what it takes to grow as a town. And I also know that a growth partner like Target is the exact type of partners that we need. They provide so much to communities around the country. They provide the economic benefits that we saw today. They also employ people. They employ our younger kids, high school people, and college students who desperately are looking for work in this, this current time here. I do believe that they would make a strong partner for us to grow. Again, I understand these decisions are not easy. You all have to take in many different points of view, but I urge you to look for passage of this project, add another great growth partner to our community, and let's build something on this lot that has been vacant for so long. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Lon Ray?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Laurie, and I've recently moved to Gilbert, to South Gilbert, actually. I live very close to this area, and I understand the feelings behind many of these residents. But I want to thank you for letting me speak in support of this project tonight. I'm not a planner, and I'm not a developer. I'm a mom, and I want to share what that looks like. From my house, the closest Target is nearly 15 minutes away. I can go to Gilbert or Germain, or I can go to Queen Creek Marketplace, or out near Power Road. With kids in the car, 15 minutes, a half an hour each way. Traffic, if there's traffic, those precious minutes can add up. The map says that we're close, but busy family life says that we are not. I would welcome a Target near my home in South Gilbert. It would allow me to avoid the more congested areas of Gilbert traveling north towards the 202. I also want to address something that the opposition has not talked about, and what the cost is to South Gilbert to leave this corner empty, and what it will continue to cost the town as we continually hear reports about the dire financial state the town is approaching. 23 years of property tax revenue that we did not collect, 23 years of sales tax that could have funded parks and police, 23 years of families driving past dirt to reach the stores and restaurants they need. Gilbert's own assessment puts this direct revenue impact of this development over $13 million. We finally have a reputable retail company willing to make this site their home. It's a great opportunity for the nearby Gilbert residences, and as someone who lives just off Higley Road, I can tell you I would access this store from Higley or Ocotillo. I would never drive around the back of the store to get in there. So I think it would be likely for those of us traveling to this site, we would access it through Higley, which has been, in my, it's been a great road that we've lived on. It works well, it's 6 lanes, it's big. Anyway, so I urge you not to pass up this opportunity for something good that can go on this site today, and I respectfully ask you to support this zoning.
Thank you, Lori. Tracy Pagano?
Thank you, Mayor Anderson and council members. I don't know if you can answer my questions if I propose a show of hands, but I'm going to ask anyway. As a show of hands, how many people live within a mile of this proposed big box retailer site in this room? How many people live within a half a mile of this proposed site? Now, the Planning Commission staff, members of the council, the attorney, Mr. Basha, do any of you live in this area, and are you familiar with this intersection? Any of you? Okay. Now, in a show of hands, how many of you who live in the area have been at that intersection and have watched 100% of the time cars go through that red light? Every single time I'm heading south to go left, because I live in that area. I'll show you where I live. I live right here. There's the proposed site. This is where the firehouse is. Now, I don't want this intersection to look like it's quiet, because it isn't. It's an incredibly busy intersection with traffic that flies through that. And the reason I bring that up is because I don't trust a traffic study that's been done by the developer. We need to have a traffic study that's going to incorporate the new traffic that's going to be coming from the west towards the east and encompasses everything that's going to involve in that intersection. I've lived in Gilbert for 22 years. I built my home in Marbella Vineyards with my husband 11 years ago. It was a quiet area. I oppose this being a Target built there for a few reasons. As a mom and as a former educator in a Gilbert Public School high school, I know the impact of when a child gets killed. Every year, kids in our high schools get killed, teenagers. It impacts the family, it impacts the school, it impacts the community. I don't want to make that gamble in this area. It's going to create so much more issues for the residents and for the people, for the children who play in this area. There's an elementary school within 1.5 miles. These kids are playing in this area. The trucks that go down Wilson Way, who's going to enforce that they're going the right way? We have third-party carriers that deliver to Target. It's not just Target trucks. My husband works in transportation. He can dispute a lot of what this man is saying about the trucks and what they're going to do and what their behavior is going to be. It doesn't work that way. The other thing I want to say is we have 3 Targets. Target is a dying brand. While we were sitting here, I Googled their profit margin, 2025. It is down 9.4%. Decline in profits. You can Google that. Target is a dying brand. We don't need a Target at this corner.
Thank you. Kaylee Ray.
Good evening, Mayor Anderson, members of the council. My name is Kaylee. I live in South Gilbert, and I support the proposed development. I want to address this idea that Gilbert already has plenty of Targets, so we don't need another one. I'd ask the council to think about that the other way around. The fact that this same type of store keeps opening on all these corners, like Gilbert and Germain, Power and Williamsfield, and Queen Creek Marketplace, tells you that it works. South Gilbert is the missing piece, not because it doesn't fit, but because this one corner has been sitting empty for more than 20 years. But I also don't think this is just about Target. The application in front of you is a rezone and a site plan. Tomorrow it could be a Fry's, a Sprouts, a Costco, or another anchor entirely. What you're actually deciding tonight is whether this corner finishes as a real commercial center after 23 years, or sits empty for another decade waiting for the perfect tenant that has not yet come. Higley and Ocotillo is an empty corner. It has been zoned for a shopping center since 2002. That just so happens to be the year I was born. In that amount of time, I have grown up, graduated high school, attended college, and received both my bachelor's and master's degrees, all while this lot has sat empty. A major store was always meant to be there. It just never got built. South Gilbert can keep waiting, or we can finish what was started. Please approve this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Whitney, can't make out your last name.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Whitney Georgievich. I'm a Gilbert resident. I have 3 children, 8, 10, and 12, they go to Gilbert schools. I live in a Gilbert neighborhood, not unlike the one that you're hearing from the residents here tonight. I'm here in support of this target. There's a reason that this matters before the Gilbert City Council, because this affects all of Gilbert. It's not about just one neighborhood. I do understand that there are concerns there, but the trucks that people are concerned about, they're already there in those neighborhoods. They're in Amazon trucks and UPS and moving vans and all of these different things, and people that can rent U-Hauls and all of that. One of the things I picked up on in the attorney's comments was that, and if you spend 5 seconds Googling this developer, you will see that he is very well accomplished. And if he says he's going to close on the property and he's going to build shopping center or Target, I think you're getting a shopping center or a Target. So the choice is, do we want the gold standard of household retail that's got 20, 25-year jobs, good income, good tax revenue when we're getting beat up on utility bills rising and we have got big capital improvement projects coming up? I would choose the gold standard, you know. You go up the road there to, I used to live at Val Vista in Baseline. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the Fry's that's up there. That place is an eyesore. It's an absolute, you know, ghost town. And all the residents that are in the lakes there that get to look at that now, I would guess that none of them were around when all the opposition to that Fry's was getting put forward, and they made them build that store backwards. So now when Fry's leaves, you got nobody that wants to come in there because you've got a weirdo building, and now everybody's got something they really don't like, and none of them were around for any of it. So you're going to get a shopping center with inferior tenants, lower credit tenants, worse turnover, vacancy, all these problems, and you've got, you know, the Tom Brady of retail knocking on your door, wanting to come in and do good things and help our community. I mean, I just can't see any reason we wouldn't do this. And I would just ask respectfully that you all make the hard decision. I understand that you have to make, and I appreciate that, and please pass this, zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Wilderman? Is Robert here? Dwayne Sledge?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Dwayne Sledge. I'm a fourth-generation Arizonan. My 10 grandchildren are sixth-generation Arizonans. We're original homeowners in Marbella Vineyards, live about a quarter mile from this property. I'm one of the 647 that went over your traffic study. I use Penendus Way to get home. The fire trucks use Ocotillo, not Wilson. We listened on the Zoom call with the developer last night, trying to keep an open mind, as we know that something will be built on this site. While I appreciate their efforts, we still have major concerns. Once Ocotillo becomes a through road, traffic will increase. A major box retailer, complete with the build-out of the Gilbert Regional Park, and add large event days, traffic will increase. Individually, each of these may be managed. Combined, they create a level of congestion and safety concern that I still don't believe has been fully accounted for, specifically as to the effects on the residents who reside in the communities around this intersection. Excuse me. More importantly, Wilson Way access to the property. I can't stress this enough, that in our opinion, and many of our neighbors, this is the biggest concern regarding this development. The comparisons made last night and again tonight that homes back up to Fry's down the road, or that traffic enters Target on Queen Creek Road, are not equivalent situations. In those cases, traffic is not traveling directly in front of homes on neighborhood streets that the residents use every day. Introducing commercial traffic will inevitably cause Wilson Way to Meritable Way to become a shortcut to Higley. If you want to go west on Ocotillo, you're not going to wait in line to try to turn left. You can't do it today. It's very difficult to get on there, Ocotillo, to go west today. You're going to go down Wilson to Meritable Way, Higley, to give yourself a chance to get to that left turn lane to turn left down Ocotillo. That's just what's going to happen. They're going to travel in front of homes where my grandchildren live, where we play in the park, wiffle ball and play catch, where people every day try to back out of their garages. That's just going to increase. The developer has stated they intend to control commercial traffic by restricting right turns. Somebody earlier said speed limit signs don't work. These aren't going to work. Again, families live on these streets, and my grandchildren are part of them. They live on Meritable Way. This is not a theoretical concern. It's a predictable outcome. And if approved as proposed, it will happen. Acknowledging that reality is critical when making this decision. I'm asking that if you're going to approve this, build that 8-foot wall all the way down Wilson to Ocotillo with the landscaping. Do not let Wilson be part of ingress and egress to this site. And side note, last one, if it is approved and we get all this extra revenue, will that help reduce our water bill? Thanks.
Andy Hernandez.
Test. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Andy. I'm going to speak plainly tonight. And I want to point out the issues that led to the continuance still haven't been addressed. I mean, I think they talked about we don't need that many parking lots, parking spaces, and they came up with a sign. The rezoning request, it's not a close call. It's not a gray area. It's a clear case that the project doesn't fit the site, doesn't respect the surrounding neighborhoods, and doesn't align with the zoning that was intentionally placed there to protect the residents. And the applicant knows that. And that's why they're asking for you to change the rules. If this project actually worked under SC, we wouldn't be here today. The only reason we're here is because the applicant wants intensity the site cannot handle. And they want the town to absorb the consequences. And those consequences fall on the people who live here, on the families whose homes face the parcel every single day, on the homeowners who invested their life savings based on the zoning that they were told they could rely on. I also want to acknowledge something very important. I understand the concern about revenue. We all want Gilbert employees paid competitively and services funded properly. But revenue exists under SC. It does exist under SC. The choice tonight isn't revenue versus no revenue. It's whether we pursue revenue in a way that fits the site, fits the neighborhoods, and fits the long-term plan. You see, Sal and Reese, they mentioned the parcel used to be C2, and they're right. It's true, but what they didn't say is why it changed. It was rezoned SC because homes were being built all around it. The town recognized that the original zoning was too intense, and they added restrictions to protect the residents moving in. And that wasn't an accident. That was deliberate planning. That was good planning. That was the planning that still protects our residents to this day. And here's the reality. If the developer truly believed the site could handle GC intensity, they would have redesigned the project to avoid the exceptions, but they didn't because they couldn't. The site is too small, the layout's too tight, and the exceptions are the only way to force the project to fit. When a project only works by bending the rules, that's the clearest sign it doesn't belong here. You only get one chance to do this right. And the right choice is clear. Vote no on the rezone, protect the residents, protect the neighborhoods, and protect the integrity of your zoning process. Thank you.
Thank you. John Carter?
Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor, and council members, thanks so much. My name's John Carter, and I'm a resident of Gilbert. And couple things I want to just kind of bring up real quick is that there's 3 targets within 5 to 10 minutes of that site. So there is plenty of targets in the area. The thing that I found most interesting is that in the 70-page slide deck, not one target was presented as an example of what could or couldn't work. That's pretty interesting to me. The traffic survey was only 24 hours. That's not enough. You got to have 2 weeks, month. There's got to be some averages. We got to talk, we got to see those numbers. And then the fire trucks, somebody said it before, they use Ocotillo. They don't come in and off of Wilson Way unless they're coming into the neighborhood because somebody's got a call. Okay, so just a couple things that I want to make sure that you guys really think about when you're going to the vote. I'm going to keep it really pretty clear and concise, but having a large retail like Target within about 150 feet of a neighborhood, it presents a significant quality of life and safety concern. And here's basically a few points on kind of what that means to me and to the rest of the people that are opposing this. Significant traffic congestion, we talked about that, right? And safety hazards. About 150-foot buffer, it's just insufficient to manage the high volume of traffic that it's going to generate. It's also going to cause consistent bottlenecks. It's going to restrict resident access onto Wilson Way. If a truck comes in and they can't make that turn, they're going to be in the other lane, you can't get by them. What if there's a call on the emergency from the fire trucks and they got to come down Wilson Way? What if that guy's stuck out there, he can't move his big truck? Then what, right? Noise and light pollution. That's another point. Residents will face constant disruption from delivery trucks, often arriving early mornings or late at night, honking, customer traffic, high-intensity 24/7 parking lot lighting. It violates a peaceful environment in a residential community. Nobody really talked about this, but we've got somebody in the neighborhood that has talked a lot about it when he tried to go to sell his house. Declining property values. The presence of a high-traffic commercial operation immediately adjacent to all the homes. It often is accompanied by increased littering, loitering. They have the problem out in Queen Creek. They've got signs when you walk in. They don't want your kids loitering in their stores, and they're doing it. And it's frequently associated with decrease in residential property. So I just strongly please vote no, oppose this. I just don't see this as a positive for the neighborhood and that specific intersection. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sean Miller?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Sean Miller. I've lived in Marbella Vineyards for 20 years. I'm a very proud Gilbert resident. I want to thank the Town Council for the job that you guys do. I know it's a hard job, but leadership is just that, leadership. Also want to point out, appreciate the Basha family for what they mean to Gilbert, and my daughter being a Basha Beara, I'm always appreciative of the Basha family. I want to share a little background about the situation we find ourselves in today, which in my opinion is somewhat unbelievable but believable, given the unrealistic attacks Marbella Vineyards in regards to this project has led to. But every project, the bridge, the current HOA board, kids practicing in the park, anything and everything seems to go this way. To be a supporter of the Target project, you have to find, these little holes where you can fit support in, knowing that you will be attacked once you do. My hope is that this stops tonight. I call it a three-legged stool of support for this project and the proposed zoning change, which seems like it shouldn't be. 85298, the zip code that we live in, 44,000 residents. 85297, 35,000 residents. We could fill this room 3 or 4 times. I'm telling you, Target is going to be welcomed, very successful, and this project is worth it. The first leg of this stool, it meets or exceeds SC and GC development requirements. The design is in line with, you know, the Gilbert Way. 24 years of being empty site. The Ocotillo corridor. Now, the bridge, the park, the post office, the new Lifetime Fitness, all of these things kind of seem to go well with the Target. The closest Target is actually in Queen Creek. So there's tax seepage there. You could build 275,000 square foot SC structures and not even be in this meeting today, which is 150,000 worth of square feet. And that's bigger than what's being asked with this Target. The general fund is another thing that you know would benefit. Let's see what else. I mean, going to fire $10 million about in 10 years of tax revenue. But the last thing I think is really important is jobs. 200 proposed jobs, and some of these jobs are livable wage jobs where people who have these jobs can be back in the community and where they live. You know, I'm asking you guys to support this project. It is a good project, and really it's approving a 62,000 square feet increase in square footage. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. That ends the request to speak. I do have, for the record, a number of cards that were submitted that did not wish to speak, and of the 75 that were submitted, 43 of them were in favor of the project, 33 opposed to the project. With that, I'll ask if Mr. Anderson, if you want to address any of the comments.
I can clarify, your card said not speaking, so it's you're not speaking. Yeah, there are a lot of cards. So we can move your card, but just for clarification, at the podium, we indicated that you were not speaking. Do you now wish to speak? Okay. Okay, we can move your card.
That's good. State your name again. Push the button down there.
I'm
There
sorry.
you go.
It's Bill Broders. Oh, sorry, Bill Broders, and I live in Marbella Vineyards, and I think there's a lot of people that have opinions about what works and what doesn't work. I don't think anybody disagrees that it'd be nice to have a Target closer to us in South Gilbert. But there's a big lot at the corner of Riggs and Higley that doesn't back up to people. The problem you have here is they didn't do a park there. They cut through there, the park there. They cut through there. There are people that play disc golf there that don't live there. There's no doubt about it. And they cross all sides of the street. People are almost getting in accidents. It's not about should Target be there. That location has to be studied after the bridge is open. And then you say, okay, really, can we accommodate it? That's all I'm saying. It's not about, Target would be a great store probably, but the traffic there is going to be a disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor, for the chance just to share a few thoughts here. Let's just first dispense with some of the main questions that came up. The traffic studies that were done included all of the future traffic, including the traffic happening or will happen over Ocotillo Road. That was absolutely clear, required by your staff and completed by our engineers, then reviewed by your staff multiple times to make sure that it was done correctly, including all that traffic. So when it seems to me that if we focus on traffic for just a second, I would gently remind the council of what I started with was, every concern or question you have, ask yourself, would this have the same concern if it was SC today? And the answer is yes. Now, no one's here tonight advocating for cut-through traffic, heavy trucks on streets. What we're saying is that you have one of the best retailers in the world saying they will direct their operational instructions to their drivers to be courteous, kind, et cetera. If this is just an SC, you don't get that chance. The driveway on Wilson will be there. A no vote tonight guarantees the driveway will be there. A yes vote tonight guarantees that you've got good operational traffic, additional signage, et cetera. Let's again be clear. It seems to me that a lot of folks tonight, when you cut through the noise, are arguing that nothing should be built on this site. That's just not realistic. You can't argue that you want zero traffic on one hand and then choose all of the users on the other. If you want to choose the users that you have, then I would kindly suggest you buy the property from the Bassett family. And David Bassett tonight has clearly testified of their efforts to find a good user for this site. So when I go through all these things here, I'm happy to, Mayor, if you have questions about Target operational issues, we can call them up. I heard one person try to make the argument that Target equals dead kids. I don't think that's what they were trying to do. I think they were just trying to say that traffic happens, and what we're saying is no one is advocating for injuries to anyone. What we are saying is that same concern exists under SC today. I heard a lot of concerns about just, again, the project not fitting. Again, I would respectfully say, what are the objective standards when we measure whether a project fits? We can find those today in the SC development standards. We can find them in the GC standards. I gave you plenty of examples this evening of how we exceed those in every instance. And the argument that the PAD deviations are clear evidence that we're trying to squeeze too much in here. Ask yourself whether or not the elimination of one parking island in the pickup area so that we can put a shade canopy over it, which would prohibit plants from growing, whether that's really trying to squeeze too much in. That's about comfort of customers when they show up to the site to pick stuff up. I want to be clear that no one's trying to negatively affect quality of life. But again, back to my ultimate question, which is, does that same concern exist? Under SC versus GC, the answer is yes. We've suggested a couple of conditions of approval that we think do an excellent job of mitigating any impacts from this change. And Mayor, I probably missed something. I would look to you or to other council members for something you would like me to address, but I would sum up the concerns of the opposition in that way.
Thank you. Does anybody have any?
I have one question, and then he does.
Councilmember?
So I do have a question. I think I remember somewhere that you had a request in there to reduce parking, the number of parking spaces.
That's true, Councilmember Buckley. That request through your zoning code is with the planning staff. It's through an administrative use permit. It's not in front of the council this evening. And the planning staff can speak to that and their thoughts about it. My understanding is that that is ready to be approved pending this zoning approval. So this planning staff have looked at that carefully and are ready to approve it pending approval this evening. Point being that it's not a concern. And on that note, too, there was an allegation made that, hey, this just doesn't fit, the site. We've already shown that it fits. Anyway,
yeah.
I waxed too long.
Okay. I don't know. I'm a huge proponent of not reducing any parking because we have so many places now that parking was either reduced or there was not enough parking. And now, you can't get in and out of a restaurant or whatever because of that reduced parking. So that's why I wanted to clarify.
You make an absolutely fair comment. And Usually in the context of residential neighborhoods, I agree with you. We need that. But in the commercial setting, right now, again, you've got planning staff, engineers inside and outside, and Target looking at this, saying that this fits and there's actually an excess. And by the way, I'm happy to address why there's a Target in Queen Creek and a Target in Chandler and why one fits here too if you'd like, but please help us get some tax revenue here.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of up to you, but I wanted to clarify that I was correct on that, so.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lyons?
Mr. Anderson, I don't remember the answer to this question from the Planning Commission, but somebody brought up the issue of making a westbound turn onto Ocotillo. Is there a light going to be put in at Wilson or not? Can't remember what you guys said.
So Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Lyons, the traffic signal today is in front of the fire station where the
yeah.
trucks exit. And so when I asked the question to the transportation staff, they say there's not one that's needed there.
Okay. With that said, somebody brought up the access off of Wilson. If we were going to do it, block that off. Is there any way this could be designed so that there is no egress or ingress off of Wilson? Is it possible to lay this out to do that?
So it absolutely is possible. That's an honest answer to you. But as we've said from the beginning, that right exists today. And so you're going to have, if this is voted no, you would have, that driveway would just be there. And you would have less control over who would be using it. And just like Cooley Station or the one at Morrison Ranch, those are driveways that exist onto local streets. I get it, and I respectfully agree that nobody wants that type of cut-through traffic. Here, though, again, we can direct and through signage, et cetera, to the best of our ability. But I can have Dane talk more about it, but when their drivers are given their directions and then there is a violation, it affects their performance records and even results in possible firings. So they have every incentive in the book to follow those clear directions that they get when they go to a store. It tells them the time, the way they enter, the way they exit.
One other question, and this may be for your client, but if the store was moved further south, you've got the issue with the loss of revenue because of the reservation. So anything further south of there is not viable from an economic perspective for a business of this type. Is that not correct?
I'm so glad you asked that question. Some of you on this council and our firm have been involved in Higley and Riggs for over 2 decades. And that site it was owned by Vestar, one of the largest retail developers in the valley. They've never been able to make it work. And so that's just not a viable commercial corner.
So for just clarity, so everybody understands, when a business like this comes in, they look at a circle of area of commerce around them. On that part of town, because of the reservation, there will never be any residents on that other side of the border. So that cuts the available business in half, correct?
Exactly right.
Okay.
And adding to that, there's those in this room who have lived through this. You have seen that site scaled down every time over the years where it was started large and now it's smaller. And it got turned to residential. If I came into you here and said, hey, I'd like to do single-family detached, some people behind me may cheer, but you would just squash me like a bug. If I came and said to you, I want to do apartments, which we've got all sorts of clients that would love to do that, I'd get squashed like a bug by both residents and...
I would be the first one to do that.
And I would lay down and take it because I know it's not correct.
Right.
But the point, so you ask yourself, what is this use? Again, I think a gentleman said it very well. You got the chance for a gold standard here, and it's actually further away, shorter in height. It is compatible.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion and/or motion. Yes, Councilmember Buckland.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off with what I had the pleasure of saying last time. That is, thank you all. You brought your voice. You did it respectfully and civilly. And you showed many in our community that yelling doesn't work. You were just authentic as you could be, and you gave us your voice, and it's really appreciated in a time right now when we're getting constantly screamed and yelled at. And Sean, you had spoke about the attacks. You should try being a council member. So I too have received some feedback, and one of those things in conversations I've had with several community members was with the opponents is you're not representing me and you're not listening to me. You don't listen. I heard it earlier in a different topic that we don't listen to you. Please do not mistake me listening and hearing you with agreement. It may or it may not. I'm going to hear what you have to say to help me formulate a decision. And then I'm also going to make that decision based on many of the other facets that should be going into this decision. And listening to you is a very, very important one. And I have done that. And I've heard from both sides. So there are some things that I think are believed to be true, but aren't. Having worked very closely with fire for 23 and a half years, 21 in this department, I do know that fire uses Wilson Way, and the data proved it. That's why they turn in there. They don't use it very far, but they do use it because the number one biggest reason for a collision is backing. And nobody wants to back a giant fire truck if they don't have to. You drive through, and then you pull out at the light onto Catillo there. I was a little concerned. So I keep hearing about traffic. This is going to cause more traffic. This is going to cause more traffic. Yeah, it is. And so is anything else that goes there. And when many in this group and some that aren't here ask some really intelligent questions, I asked for a continuance so we could get those answered for you because they are important to answer. We need the truth. And many immediately, once a continuance was given, so that the developer could actually address those things and so that our staff could address those things. When we continue something, it costs money. Time is money. And we have, again, one of the shortest staffed agency, government agency, municipality in Maricopa County. They had to drop other things they could be doing to go do more due diligence to make sure that we had true answers to these questions and or assumptions. And many immediately blew up my email saying, do not give them the continuance. Don't do it. Just say no to it. Well, I hate to tell you, but what that tells me is you didn't want the answer to those questions, or you would have been okay with that. And that wasn't everybody. That was just some. So this has clearly been a real emotional topic, and I understand, right? I get it. Which is why I have put in a lot of time myself doing research, because I owe this community, right, everyone in this room, a smart decision. One of the things that was brought up was, and it's said again tonight, doesn't fit on the property, doesn't fit. Well, a store in Tempe was used as a model, as one of the only ones that is on a smaller footprint. Well, I happen to know that store. Till I married my wife 12 years ago, I shopped in that store every day. I lived a half mile from there, that Target. I did some research, and here's what I found. One, we talk about fit. The floor area ratio of that one in Tempe is more dense than what's being proposed here, meaning it fits better than the one in Tempe. That one's 110,000 square feet on 10 acres. This is 128,000 plus the other two pads, 139,000 on about 16 acres. That FAR ratio is better here than it is there. Having shopped there hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, even with a more dense store in Tempe, I never had backflows onto the streets, even at Christmas time. I never had problems finding a parking space. Christmas, I had to park further out and walk. Well, you do in every store here. That's the fact, that's the data. And I was racking my brain because the developer was adamant. We have to have these online curbside pickup parking spaces, and thinking they might be able to be used differently and help. It was just racking my brain because my lens, right? We all have our lens, and then sometimes there's the truth. And my lens was, nobody uses that. Because I don't use online order, curbside pickup. I go to any store and I see them empty. And so I made a wrong judgment. And then I did research. And what I found was this. And I used multiple different AI platforms to check and test and see if I get lied to. And these are the consistencies that I found. Target reports post-COVID, 40% of their shoppers online order curbside pickup. That means 40% of the Target shoppers change the parking needs significantly, because pre-COVID, we all went into the store. And with an average dwell time in that space of 30 minutes, that means you can only get 2 people per parking space. With 40%, and it's 50% plus at Walmart. There's a National Federal Research Foundation, but a Retail Research Foundation, can't remember what they're called, but they do pull lots of data for small, mid, and big box stores, and they report about 35 to 45% of all shoppers today use online order and curbside pickup. So then I asked the question, because one, when I looked at ours, and I did the math on ours, even though we use an ITE standard, which is a 1982, long time ago, completely different shopping behavior standard, we were asking the developer to put in enough parking for 4.39. That's even higher than the ITE standard requires. And I found out, because there was some unknowns originally, didn't know that one was going to be a restaurant, didn't know the little shops, so there was a buffer. And great, we know differently now. But what I also found was with that high number and the low, using online, the low dwell time, you need significantly less parking spaces today than we did 5 years ago. Reese, I disagree with your numbers on respectfully. The 329 you said you need, okay, close. Looking at this in multiple different platforms, letting it do the math, then me checking the math, I showed a little higher than that, but it was lower than 400, okay? And the more than 500 you're asking for, based on current shopping behavior today, that tells me the data doesn't lie, and there are enough parking spaces now, because we have changed. Sorry to belabor this, but this is important. This is all important. I have been accused of only caring about revenue. No, not true. That's one of the many facets I look at. I do think this is the highest and best use for that spot. It's going to produce 2-to-1 jobs of a shopping center, 2-to-1 revenue of a shopping center. We're not going to bleed more revenue to Queen Creek. I also agree with some of the opponents that, yeah, some of that is going to trade the store west of them in Gilbert. So there's some trade-off there, fair enough. But revenue is important. I think, then I look at it from a terms of what would provide the most use for that? And that is, well, there's a park there. Okay, so shopping center would absolutely, people would use it from the park. They might need, fruit for their kids' soccer game, whatever. But there's also equipment and sunshade and chairs and other uses that visitors will come using this park, and they will contribute to the general fund by spending there on the things that they forgot to bring that they need to pick up, whatever. We'll try to wrap up here. I made lots of notes. I listened to the chamber. Okay, the chamber board is a group of business leaders, very, very smart business leaders in our community. They think this is absolute best case scenario, or they wouldn't have given a letter of recommendation for it. I looked at it from a perspective of kind of the devil you know, the devil you don't. What we do know, as proposed, yeah, it's a target. We also know that the side facing the residents, the developer agreed to not go to the height of even SC. They lowered it, I think it was like 23 feet. Okay, the front side is higher, facing the road, big deal. But the houses aren't gonna see that. What I don't know will go in there, I don't know. I know what has talked about it. Car washes is one of the people that approached in interest. What you won't see in your home at 10:30, 11 at night is a Target store. What I don't want you to hear is the whining of a dryer. So I know what's proposed now. I know it's not ideal for everybody. It's ideal for some. I think that the developer has worked very hard to adhere to our very strict standards that our staff put them through the ringer on, to make sure that they did make concessions. So if it's zoned, rezoned, sorry, that many of the features fit well within the SC standard today and even better. So I will shut up now.
May I first?
Councilmember Lyons?
Am I first or you?
Oh, he's first.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just a couple questions here. This may be for staff or Mr. Anderson. As it's currently zoned right now, if you wanted to come in and put in two 75,000 square foot buildings, you could do that. Is that correct, Kyle or Reese? Either one of you.
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Lyons, that is correct. There could
All
be
right,
two
so
75,000.
you could have two box stores come in at 75,000 square feet each. That'd be 150,000 square foot footprint on that lot, and it would never come before this council. Is that correct?
That's correct, as long as it's not a single user. That's
All right.
correct.
Okay, so that's one. Could two users share 180,000 square feet?
Sure.
Okay, all right. So with that was one of the questions that I had that was important. And Reese, you said you guys don't use, and this may be for your client, there's a dumpster out back, and I remember in the planning commission, they were talking about it being visible to the neighborhood. You made a comment earlier tonight that there were, or somebody did, that there'd be no dumpsters back there, that the trash and everything is dealt with internally, baled, is that right?
Correct. So Mayor Anderson, Councilman Lyons, let me just build on what you were saying and clarify just a bit. The conversation at the Planning Commission was about the screening of the compactor.
Right.
Not about dumpsters.
Okay.
So there is 0 dumpsters behind the target. There's an internally loaded compactor.
Okay.
And the issue and the stipulation that was put on at that Planning Commission hearing was to make sure that it was screened. Now, that's already a code requirement, but as Councilmember Anderson, Brian Anderson, that night said, add the stipulation, and we said, yes, that's already part of the code. I gave you a long answer to say it's not dumpsters, it's a compactor, and the rules require it to be screened.
Right, thank you.
And it's there at the north end where the loading dock is.
Right. All right, so just my comments on this. This is going to be one of those things where I feel like we're damned if we do, damned if we don't, because the opposition and support is about 50-50. So we're going to make somebody mad no matter what we do. Somebody asked a question, did any of us live down in that area? I have 2 children that live within a half a mile of there. So I know the area very well, and through this process, I've been down there just watching stuff to see how traffic moves. Now, I have a real problem with what I call the Higley-Appalus 500, which runs all the way from the 60 to Riggs. And we're pushing really hard to try to help plus up our officers, because that's what it's going to take to get that down, is more police on the streets, which go to the issue of revenue driving, another discussion. As far as some of the changes, like with the curbside, I've got 11 grandchildren, 9 of them under 7. My daughter and daughter-in-laws use that because they're afraid at times to take the kids into the store with everything going on. They can order it, they can pull up and grab it. So I don't have a real issue with the changes for that. I think that that's very smart, and to the point that was made about curbside being increased, I think is important. Finally, the biggest thing for me is the highest and best use for this property. Councilmember Buckland, you brought that up, and we've talked about that repeatedly with other uses in the community. And you also made the comment, the devil you know is better than the devil you don't know. And it's been brought up that there was this council, or not this council, but council had been approached about, apartments and stuff here, residential. And that's a conversation that comes up constantly. For me, like I said, I don't think that there's going to be a good way to satisfy everybody. So we're going to have to make a tough choice, and it falls down to the revenue generation. I know the traffic. I was looking at the traffic and stuff and watched that. It is bad. I actually think, and I'm not a traffic expert, so I'm going to put that caveat out there up front, but if we don't have that area driving all the way up to Power Road or all the way to Queen Creek or all the way to Chandler to go to a store like this, and it's in that area, that's going to take some relief off those arteries feeding that, because like I think Mrs. Ray said, it's a half-an-hour drive from my daughter's house to the Target at Power. Even though on the map it's like 9 miles or something like that, but sometimes of the day it is ridiculous. So for me, I think it has to weigh down to what's in the best interest of, from a holistic perspective, it comes down to the revenue aspect of it. So that's where I'm at with this.
Councilmember Buckley?
Well, I wasn't going to say a whole lot more, but after Kenny's rendition, I kind of felt compelled to go ahead and state some of the things that I've written down in my notes. But, as elected officials, we have a responsibility to balance economic development opportunities with the long-term expectations of residents and the integrity of the town's planning process. While I support quality retail, commercial investments, and continued economic vitality within Gilbert, and I truly do support all of that, I also believe that development must remain compatible with surrounding neighborhoods and aligned with the standard and vision established for the area. I also considered concerns relating to project intensity, traffic impact, neighborhood transitions, and the precedents that approving substantial deviations from the existing zoning standards may create for future development in the area. Gilbert's success has been built thoughtfully and balanced planning and maintaining the high quality of life of our residents that everyone values, and there is a high quality of life in the area out there. And I myself and everything that I've looked at and read and studied, I mean, I agree with the quality of life and keeping the quality of life in there. I don't believe that the proposed zoning change represents the appropriate fit for this location, and therefore I cannot support it. And I had more, but I cut it down, so.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I live on other side of the bridge on Ocotillo. So I know the area very, very well, and I drove the neighborhood a number of times over the last 2 weeks and just envisioned the building there and envisioned the neighborhood and just envisioned what quality of life looks like. And then I started thinking about, if we keep it SC, what does that look like? And I just want the residents to know, remember a story about 3 years ago when we first sat on the council, and it probably messed with my mind because it was one of the first issues we dealt with was Bottled Blonde. It was a nightclub, well, pizza place during the day and nightclub with lingerie at night. And in the Heritage District, and residents lost their minds, and they should have. 4,500 people signed a petition, and we couldn't do a thing about it. And luckily, it didn't get built. If we keep it SC, we're looking at a potential for a gas station, bikini coffee, a car wash, and it doesn't matter how many signatures you guys get, it won't matter. We can't stop it. Just want everyone to understand, someone mentioned the devil you know, the devil you don't know. But there's also some things that I have concerns about. I really, You know, when I hear people, you know, and developers, and Reese, I'm not saying you said this, but when I hear people say, it's been empty for 24 years, well, the odds of another developer making a phone call the next day was the same odds as if the first phone call that said, I'm interested in doing this. When that bridge is done, that property is going to be worth a lot of money. And the question is, what do we want to see on it? And my personal issue with property rights may be different than some people up here, but I'm going to explain my philosophy of property rights. When someone owns a property and they stay within their zoning, they own that property. When they want to change their zoning, although we don't get the check, that property becomes ours. We're stewards of that property. And we have to make the best decision for residents about that property, whether we own it or not. When they ask us to make a decision on it, they're handing their baby to us to make a decision. And maybe that's a radical form of property rights, but that's just the way I look at it. We have to make sure, is it the best use? And does it fit the area? Now, fit, I don't want to use the word fit because it's all we've been talking about tonight is does it fit? I need to ask, you know, does it complement the area? Does the town need the revenue? Yeah, the town needs the revenue. But the very first thing that Mr. Anderson said tonight was what this is about. This is about a bigger building. It wasn't about revenue, it was about a bigger building. So I take a look at, you know, what could be there compared to this. And going there and looking at being 180 feet away to 170 feet away to 280 feet away, I saw that distance. I drove it. And I understand that sound travels more in the early morning and also at late at night, which is when these trucks are supposed to be coming. And so it came back down to me for, you know, quality of life, you know? And that can be heard 1,000 feet away in the early morning and at night. Even more early morning and night because there's no other sound to stop it. And for me, it comes down to quality of life. And like everyone says, you know, you're not going to make everybody happy. But if I go to a box store and I go to try on a shirt and I love the shirt and it's too small on me, it just doesn't fit. And that's the way I feel about this project right here. Has nothing to do with Target. Target's a quality store. The developer is a very, very quality developer. It just doesn't fit from what I saw in this neighborhood, and it doesn't fit the quality of life for me.
Councilmember Buckland.
Thank you, Mayor. There is one thing that I, in my notes, forgot to mention, and I do think it's important. Because also when I look at fit, I look at what kind of partner are they going to be. And the one thing that Target brings that no other retailer I know of brings is they are hard on crime, to the point that they have their own crime lab. So they immediately become a partner with our police department to combat organized retail theft, which I recall just recently, our amazing detectives took some people down on that. These are felonious people, not misdemeanor shoplifting, pack of gum, but stealing thousands and thousands of dollars. They combat identity theft, they combat credit card theft, and they have their own lab to support so that our detectives don't have to start from ground zero. They've got a great set of evidence with which they can now launch a better, faster, more effective investigation. That, for me, was also part of the fit. What kind of partner are they? That's what kind of partner they are.
Councilmember Torgerson.
I first wanted to ask, Kyle, you said you could have 2 users inside of an 128,000 square foot building? Is that, did I hear that right?
Mayor, Councilmember Torgerson. Say that again.
It's use or building. So they could have a building
Right. Yes. So there, you can have a building, in SC, you can have a building that's 128,000 square feet in your example, but it has to be different tenants.
Right, so let's say you had 150,000 square feet. You could have two 11,000 square foot restaurants and a Target in the center of it,
Correct.
and they wouldn't be in front of us if
Correct.
they did that. So if he
Correct.
just expands his footprint, he
Still-
walks over the whole thing.
Can still expand the footprint, correct.
Okay.
The cap is 75,000 square feet for a user.
For the user, got it, okay. That was something I needed to understand clearly. All right, I want to talk a little bit about the noise that has gone with this. Initially, somebody went around the neighborhoods putting together a petition to bring in Whole Foods and 17 other small retailers, as though that they were bringing a literal plan to us, a development. They went around getting signatures as, I'm done with that guy.
I misspoke. It is 75,000 square feet is the max footprint for a single user. So you can have two 75,000 square foot buildings.
Okay, right.
But they'll have to be two
Okay,
separate, yes.
that was concerning. to
Sorry.
me. You got it. But they went around, we want a Whole Foods and these 16 other retailers or whatever. That caused a problem, because this is not about Target. Target's great. I shop at Target. The one he used to shop at, I used to live in that area too. I used to go to all the time. It's not about Target, and people keep focusing on Target, and it makes me think that you're just being snobby about where you want to shop. Smaller stores are going to bring more traffic. They are. Every study is done. If you bring smaller stores in there, overall, in his study, it went from 77 to 8,500 or something like that. That street is going to get busier no matter what. No matter what, it's going to get busier. We got to be careful what we wish for in that area, because if we wish to keep it SC, no, you're going to get more traffic, not just from the the bridge, but you're going to get more traffic because you're getting more traffic to those stores. Hopefully, it's not a Goodwill and a gymnasium. Hopefully, it's not Bikini Beans and whatever. Hopefully, it's what you want, but it will be even busier than what Target's bringing you. Somebody made the comment that you don't know what it's like to live up near a Fry's or something like that. I'm sorry, my home backs up to a Fry's retail center and a Dogtopia, for which I lost an argument here in this room, because I didn't want the Dogtopia directly behind my house. Guess what? They're actually not a problem. I was very surprised. I had to eat my words on that. Yes, I said I was wrong. I had to eat my words big time. They are not a problem neighbor. I just want to address the things that came in. Across the street from here was proposed a Walmart, which we said no to. That Walmart is apartments now. The evil word for everybody in the room, apartments. That Walmart that would have been across the street generating millions of dollars is now apartments for which we do not get apartment taxes on. Careful what you wish for. Unfortunately, Baxter's, as far as I'm concerned, accepted their zoning, so they have to come here and ask for a variance on that, to ask for a rezone. Had they fought that at any point from C2 to GC, I think they'd have a better argument, but they accepted it. When you look at things like Epicenter, the traffic would be amazingly busier than what they're proposing. But that's okay. We're going to be careful what we wish for. One guy said about offsetting water, no, it doesn't, it's an enterprise, but I just got back from Rhode Island. I've been up since 3 a.m., visited my daughter. Her 3-bedroom apartment water bill is $300, so I'm starting to really thank God for my $152 bill. I appreciate the people that came out here and actually stayed and spoke, every one of you. Even the guy that didn't understand, I was trying to defend the fact that he's got a quiet neighborhood. I got a lot of copy and paste from people, and copy and paste, when it's addressed to everybody, tends to get answered by Taylor because it's not to one specific person. But I appreciate the people here because you took time out of your day. It's important to you and it has to be important to me if it's important to you. If it's important enough to write an individual letter, which I don't get every one of them, but I try, I give you an individual answer because it's important to you. But it is hard for me to not recognize that an overwhelming number of people in the neighborhood are actively upset about this. And so if I err on the side of caution and I err with the neighborhood, I absolutely will be a stone wall if there's any single complaint about what goes in there. You can have car washes and bikini beans and whatever you want, but you're gonna get what goes in there. There's no stopping it. I'm listening to you, and I'm hoping you're right. Because if you're not, you're gonna live with the consequences of it. You've made it very careful that all of our heads are on a stick. You know, we're on the take. You hear all these ridiculous things, especially online. I've had disengaged. I'm losing contact with like childhood friends because I'm just disengaged from social media. It's ridiculous the things that are said about every person up here. I hope you're right. I really hope you're right. I hope that something comes along that has no traffic and provides you that quaint little restaurant. Overwhelmingly, you're saying this and to stick with a zoning. I hope you're right.
Any other comments? I'll be very brief because a lot of what I was thinking about has already been said, but I too understood when we asked for postponement that the applicant would postpone this, that it was an opportunity to sit down and negotiate with the applicant. He didn't do that. He didn't sit down with them and negotiate on those deviations. Those deviations were on the table. I heard tonight, build an 8-foot wall. Don't allow the trucks to come in off of Wilson. It was an opportunity to negotiate with them about that, and you didn't take that opportunity. You said you were okay with not meeting with the developer and talking about those things. So that's a little bit disturbing for me. And I won't dance around the issue like maybe some others will up here about revenue. Revenue is important to me. And if you were in the budget discussions that we've all been in for the last 6 or 8 months, you'd know how important revenue is. When I hear somebody tell me that they're going to Target in Queen Creek, spending their money in Queen Creek, that hurts us. And we have to have an opportunity to create the community that we all want. And the way we do that is through budgeting wisely and collecting the revenue that we need to do that. I have a different opinion of property rights than maybe the vice mayor has. To me, the town, we give guidance on property as it develops, but we don't mandate what goes on property. It doesn't become our property. It's owned by, in this case, it's owned by the Basha family. And you heard him testify tonight that he's been trying to find something, including apartments. I'm sure he's had other retail development that has approached them. And that's kind of gets to what Councilmember Torgerson's talking about, is be careful what you wish for, because it could be one of those uses that you aren't really thrilled about, which we don't know. But I think that the opportunity we have now, and I'll say it again, is we want the best for Gilbert, and the best for Gilbert is what we can control the way that we are with this particular project, and do it in a way that, and I hope that there would have been more negotiation with the applicant to talk about some of those issues and those deviations and maybe work with that. So I'll leave it at that. And again, I thank you all for being here too and taking the time to be here. I know it's very late, and your time is very valuable to us. Thank you. Have any other comments? I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve public hearing item number 24 as written and with the stipulations that Kyle had required or recommended. Do I need to-
Second. Been a motion and second. Please vote. Motion carries 4-3. Again, thank you for being here. At this point, I'll recess our regular meeting and convene in special meeting. And I'll ask Councilmember Kaprowski, she's about this item number 29.
Yes, for item number 29, I need to recuse myself from voting on the CIP program due to a potential conflict of interest, as my company is a qualified vendor with the town of Gilbert. Although neither myself or my husband currently perform work for Gilbert, my council term concludes this year, and our firm may pursue future opportunities related to CIP projects.
Thank you. Item 29 is our capital improvement plan. Consider adoption of Town of Gilbert fiscal year 2027 through 2036 capital improvement plan and declare it a public document. Any discussion? I have a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Come back, Councilmember Kaprowski. Item number 30 is the budget. Conduct a hearing regarding fiscal year 2027 property tax levy and direct staff, if necessary, to submit an ordinance setting the secondary property tax levy for fiscal year 2027 at $36,635,000 for adoption on June 9th. Discussion?
This is the first time I haven't sat down and heard from Kelly about this in advance.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a few months ago, but, you know.
Do you want to go over it again?
There has to be updates since the last time we
Yeah,
spoke.
Yeah.
Mayor and council, you know that I love to talk about the budget, and I'm happy to give a brief presentation if you would like one tonight, or happy to answer questions. Okay, I will give you the speed version, given the lateness of the hour and that we have talked about this in public meetings prior to this. So if you'll put it up. All right, tonight is preliminary budget adoption night. As you know, Gilbert's money is not just one pot. There are separate restrictions for each of these areas that have revenue, and we very carefully manage all of those restrictions. The town has lost a significant amount of ongoing money in the recent years, and this is due to changes not at the council or anything that council had control over in these four specific areas. Loss of revenue in our income tax and sales tax areas doesn't impact the entire town the same way. It impacts specifically in the blue area with our general fund, and the departments affected by that are at the bottom. Mostly police, fire, and parks and recreation are affected when we lose sales tax and income tax, which have been a majority of the losses recently. We do a budget process. We look long-term, and our budget process takes the full year. Right now, we're at prelim adoption. part of that. We've had study session already. We'll have final adoption in June. We did work and have our zero-based budgeting earlier in this process, which saved about $2.4 million to be able to use towards higher needs within the budget that is part of our fiscal 27 recommended budget. In the general fund, there was requested about $81 million. The recommended budget includes about $16 million getting funded, about 20%. So there are some significant things that are not funded in the budget due to funding constraints. A lot of the things that didn't make the cut are important items. They're not just nice to haves. We are able to defer some of those items for a short period of time, but the impacts of that will become more apparent to the town over time. Staffing is one of our largest gaps. We requested about 300 positions across the town. We're looking to fund about 100 of those positions, 43 of them through one-time contracts because we don't have enough ongoing money to fund even all those 100 positions at a full-time rate. There's about 200 positions that are not funded in the budget due to the funding constraints. It would take about $35 million to close that gap and to hire those additional staff. We are the lowest staffing in the valley. We have been for more than a decade. We compare against our other valley cities annually. What did make the cut? There is some good news here. So although we're only funding about 36% of requests all across the town, maintaining service level is our main area of focus. We did a lot of things to balance the budget. We did zero-based budgeting. We also reduced $2 million out of our base budget. We did cost savings from Advocacy Center Phase 1 to help close some one-time gap, and also $3.3 million of funding from land sale in the Heritage District that also helps close one-time gap. In the budget, we're looking to fund our essential services as a priority, protecting the people that help provide these services to our citizens, and then supporting economic growth to help improve future revenues. Difference in the budget's about $93 million. Most of that is in the capital improvement side and the investment in infrastructure. Capital improvement projects are funded the full amount up front, so we know we can finish the projects. We can't finish all of our projects in 1 year, so it does mean we carry that money forward. So it is a larger dollar amount than will actually go out the door, but it is the most conservative way to budget for those projects. So we do have $1.2 billion of projects that are already in progress that we are working on, and we'll look to add about $500 million to that, so our total CIP budget of about $1.7 billion. Most of that's in the streets, water, and parks and rec improvements. Lots of good projects happening over this next year. Construction in progress on some of our parks. Advocacy Center should open Phase 1 in the fall. North Water Treatment Plant will begin treating its first drops of water this summer. And then we'll have lake maintenance and irrigation system replacements at a couple of our parks. And then in fall of 2027, splash pad and pickleball courts at Freestone should be opening. We know that we don't have a primary property tax, which would fund ongoing expenses and operations. We do have a secondary property tax that repays debt that voters approved the town to be able to sell. Voters approved that on a ballot. In order to repay the debt that we need to, that has been approved, it's $36.6 million. The tax rate would be staying at 98 cents per $100 of assessed value. I think this is about our 4th or 5th year in a row of maintaining that tax rate. It will maintain our reserves, and then we'll work on continuing those transportation projects as well. All of this helps us maintain Gilbert and the quality of life that we have come to know and love. And we've already done a study session on this topic. Tonight is our preliminary budget adoption. It does set the maximum dollar amount that we're allowed to spend within the year. So this is an important night, arguably the more important of the two adoptions. And then in June 9th, it is final adoption. Final can be a lower number, not a higher number, lower or equal to, but not higher. And with that, happy to, did that cover what you needed, Councilmember Torgerson?
Yes, ma'am. It hasn't changed over several months. That's the point. And I, just for the average person listening, because since I'm the guy that convinced everybody to go to 0.98, the one sad thing about trying to pull it down is in the end, if let's say we did a 0.97, we're going to extend more interest on that. In the end, we'll pay more. If we could squeeze it down, we'll end up paying more. So I'm happy. It's the same thing as it was last time. So thank you.
Councilmember Buckley.
So I have a question, and it's probably too late. And we probably should have already, and I'm sure we've already considered this, but it's been, I think I have seen, hopefully, these numbers correctly, but we need more motorcycle officers on the road. And I think did we not cut some of them out?
This budget did not cut any existing public safety staff, and the two full-time positions that it does, new full-time positions it adds are in public safety.
Okay, well, I'm happy to hear that and that I read whatever I read wrong. But is there any way we could add 2 motorcycle officers to this budget
We
at
can
this
certainly
point?
look into it for next year. At this point, we would have to trade something out. There is an additional funding.
Of what you are, okay. Well, can we put that in, that we can at least look for a minimum of that for next year?
We can definitely take that as a follow-up to
Yeah,
look at that for
I think
fiscal
that
28.
we need that, they need that, and especially South Gilbert. So I'm kind of speaking for South Gilbert, to maybe add a couple of motorcycle officers out there. And I understand, I know we're going to approve the budget tonight, so, but I wanted to bring that up.
Thank you. That's good feedback, and we'll take that as we start to build the fiscal 28 budget.
Okay, and they may want more. They may want 10. I don't know, but at least some is, I'm trying to get at, ask for at least something that we might be able to do for next year. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I think we're good. Any discussion or motion?
I make a motion that we accept the budget as presented.
I second that. Left-sided bias is still awake.
We are all turning into pumpkins. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt the fiscal year 2027 property tax levy. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 31, acceptance of the preliminary budget for July 1, 2026 to June 30, 2027. Any further discussion with Kelly or anybody else?
I got one thing.
He's gotten giddy.
I'll second it.
When's the last time you slept?
I got up at like 3 in the morning to get back here, so I didn't
Gee.
sleep last night.
Oh, man.
Did anyone second that motion?
I'll second it.
I second it. It's twins here.
It's been moved and seconded. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. I'll adjourn the special meeting and reconvene in a regular meeting. No other communications. Council administration, consider acceptance of the budget report and contingency report for the third quarter of fiscal year 2026. Anybody need any information on this? Need a motion?
Move to accept it.
Is there a second? It's moved and seconded. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Future meetings, you can see those listed here. Communications report from the town manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got nothing tonight.
For reports from the council, Vice Mayor has the first one.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Parks and Rec, H2O Fest. Beat the heat at Gilbert's H2O Fest. This family-friendly water festival will feature playful water obstacles, an 8-lane outdoor pool, water slides, water activities, and more. Date is June 5th, 2026, at Mesquite Aqua Center from 3 to 7 p.m. And the mother-son dance, you'll be glowing by the end of the evening after spending this special night with your son or sons. Light refreshments will be served along with dancing, games, and photos. Wear your brightest or your whitest clothes to make that glow party even more fun. And that's Friday, June 5th, 2026 at the Gilbert Community Center from 6 to 8 o'clock. And that's what's going on with Parks and Rec.
Thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for some really good information there and great slides. With that, I'd just like to invite everyone to partake in our Memorial Day remembrance here at Town Hall on May 25th at 8:30. So please come out and honor our troops. That is also my 43rd wedding anniversary. So I want you to know I'll be there celebrating. I'm old as dirt.
That's nothing. My 50th is in July. Yeah. Yeah, right. No reports from the mayor. With that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Let's do it.
We are adjourned.